PKA 755. Just the boys this week. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Lock and Load and our merch. Talk more about them later. Maybe the funniest day ever on Twitter today, boys. There's a little bit of a, I don't know if you guys are under a rock, but Trump and Elon are having a bit of a tiff online. They're pretty pissed.
Kyle, do you want to lay out the timeline? I can only do my best, which I'm not sure is so great.
Oh man, it's crazy if you account for everything, because there's also, like, not only have Elon and Trump seemingly broken up, but there's all the shit with Steven Miller and his wife and Elon, and then another cabinet member. Like, a cabinet member beat up Elon Musk. That's what happened. Like, somebody popped Elon Musk in the eye. And I think it's a different scenario than the fact that Elon Musk has been getting real friendly with Steven Miller's wife, and suddenly she's quitting her job in the White House and taking a CEO position in one of Musk's companies.
CEO?
Some sort of upper management board member type shit. Yeah, she's not on the factory line cranking out Teslas or anything.
I figured not. I figured she wasn't doing the wiring.
She wasn't doing anything in the White House. She's just collecting her check. But my point is that there's all sorts of like cracks in the foundation of the Musk Trump foundation, because I also saw Trump going on this whole little ditty in the Oval Office where he was like, he's a great guy, and he stood behind me, said wonderful things. Ain't a black guy. I told him, put on some makeup. He said, I don't need the makeup. I thought that was interesting. And it's just like he's just like rambling about just random shit, just giving Musk a hard time.
His story about the black eye is wildly unbelievable. And it got sane washed. The sane washed version was, I was roughhousing with my kid, GX fucking whatever his name is, fake name. That's the sane wash. What Musk actually said is, I told him, hit me as hard as you can. And it turns out even a 5-year-old can give you a black eye. Bullshit. Like, no one has ever done that. No one, like, could you roughhouse with a kid or even a dog or something and get a mop to the face? Sure, that can happen. But to sit there and drop your hands and ask your child to punch you in the head, that didn't happen.
No,
there's no way.
I didn't know that was the story. You know why I believe he made that story up, and it's obviously not true, is because only someone who also paid someone to fake how good he is at Diablo 2 would think that that's like really believable. Like, and then to play Diablo on live stream and get caught for that. But I had no idea. He said, I told my tough little son, 64 is his name. X. And he punched me. And he's a strong little fucker, that kid. Like, what are you talking about?
He's got that retard strength. He just came at me. You know?
It was, in fairness, though, it was the kind of black eye that, like, if I gave him that black eye, like if we got in a fist fight and I gave Elon Musk that black eye, I would not want people knowing that was me, because that was a weak little black eye. I would want to believe that I could throw harder than that.
Like, the big black eye is under the eye. That's where the swell. That's where the bruising really spreads properly. On the side here, it's not going to do the same thing. It was a solid hit.
I heard it was some other member of the cabinet who called him out on Doge. It's like, so was it all just bullshit?
Yes.
Well, he didn't know.
And Elon Musk came at him flailing is the story, and that guy popped him.
I love that story.
Can you imagine how Elon punches? It's like how Bart Simpson and Lisa went at each other.
Windmill. He goes into the windmill mode.
It's a little windmill attack, dude.
I tell them those windmills are dangerous.
They are.
So I guess it started more recently with Elon saying that the big beautiful bill, how did he phrase it, was filled with pork
and just
bunch of nonsense.
There's so much debt in that bill. We just bought. I heard that the U.S. bought more debt back today than they've ever bought in one chunk. And you know how they bought it back, right? They printed money and then bought the debt. Every dollar in your pocket just shrunk a little today, and it's not even news because Elon Musk is having a fight on Twitter with the president, calling him a pedo.
Yeah. So Elon Musk is, saying he's going to go after people who vote for it, which is pretty tough. Like, if you're in a purple district and you know you can't possibly raise enough money to compete against Elon Musk, then he's basically saying your career is over if I decide to. And
as long as you stand with APAC, you'll be good. I was watching the New York mayoral what do you call it when they get on stage? Debate. And one of the questions, one of those where they're like holding their feet to the fire, like, we want an answer. When will you visit Israel? It was like, it's for the mayor of New York. And every one of them fucking clicks their heels for the Star of David real quick. And is like, I will make traveling to Israel my first priority as mayor of New York. And Ukraine. It'll be my 4th trip there and then my 5th to Ukraine because they are our greatest allies. Next guy sucks the same dick he sucked. No foreskin. It's easy to do. Then they get to this 3rd guy and he's like, I'll go about doing the business of being the mayor of New York. Oh, so what you're saying is we've got you on record here. You're refusing to stand for Israel's right to exist as a Jewish state. Israel is perfectly welcome to exist as a Jewish state. As a Jewish state, say it. It's literally that, and everybody's like looking at him like he's the guy who everyone has pissed themselves in the pool, and there's this one clean area, and everybody's staring at the clean area because this guy won't, as the mayor of New York, won't be like, yes, Israel is the most important thing. I'm technically the mayor of Tel Aviv. Like, what are you talking about? You're the mayor of New York. Why is this in discussion? Why are we talking about Israel or Jews or any of that?
He's gonna lose. He's got no shot now.
Of course, he's gonna lose.
Didn't go pay his homage.
The real, and Elon Musk tweeted, let's see, time to drop the really big bomb. Donald Trump is on the Epstein files, and that is the real reason they've not been made public. Have a nice day, DJT.
Right?
Release it. Release the files.
Who would release them?
None of the, it's a blackmail operation. So probably
Mossad.
Most of the people who are in a position to release it are compromised.
Mossad has all the files they need, but in our government, like the people who have the files are the people named in the files. So
this, I feel like we went to the end of the story. The timeline is so hard to get right, and even the articles I bookmarked so that I could do this are not good enough. They don't tell the story in order. So
that's a good question.
The thing about canceling the government contracts, I thought was fun too. Trump is like, he liked this beautiful bill until we dropped the EV credits from it. And he's like, yeah, I do think it's unfair that you dropped the EV credits, but you left the gas and oil subsidies in there. But still, I don't care. Go ahead, drop the EV credits. Just don't pass this bill or I'm coming after you. I'm paraphrasing. And then they start talking about canceling his government contracts. And Elon's like, fine. Go ahead, make my day. I'm going to cancel the Dragonfly space program. I'm really out of my depth here. Dragon spacecraft immediately, which I guess ends the International Space Station, leaves everyone stranded up there. Like they need Musk to do this SpaceX shit because they're not doing it themselves. And I guess Boeing can't pull it off. I don't know. And there's more, but they said they're going to cancel his contracts. He says, make my day. They go to the Epstein files. These two are feuding hard. And
it's for all of us to see.
Yeah. And they're doing on A, but there haven't been any actual changes, right? They didn't cancel any contracts. Musk didn't change the algorithm to stop being like Republican friendly on Twitter. It's all it is tweets at this point.
He believes in the message still. That hasn't changed. Musk is a true believer. It's not just that the Republicans were willing to cut him a check. The Dems were too for a while. But I think he's a true believer as far as some of his conservatism goes, as far as the budget, the deficit, and definitely on the lines of DEI and wokeness, all sorts of trans policies and such. I know what side of that he's on, but I don't know. It's a shame.
But Trump's not a true believer.
He's there serving himself. Of course, the bill's nonsense anyway. Like the bill's nonsense. Every time you look at a nugget of it, it's like, whoa, really?
Yeah.
I mean, there's that one part there's the one part that takes the tax stamps off of suppressors and takes them off the NFA. So you just go in a store and buy yourself a suppressor and walk out with it. And now you have a suppressor. I mean, we're all for that here. I mean, I
don't see how that's bad.
There's a little chunk of meat in the shitty soup.
The Democrat was like, "Who wants this? The assassin lobby?"
Like, this is you idiot.
That's
this
funny.
is the only cool part of it. Yeah, it's like I think Elon really I think in his head he was like, "I'm the richest man of all time. I'm inextricably, to his thinking, linked to the current administration. I will succeed where everyone has failed over the past century plus in reducing spending. I'll be the guy that actually does it. I'm going to make a list. I'm going to itemize it. I'm going to this and that, and I'm going to cut it. And then the machine keeps moving. The Congress looks at it and goes, cute. You're confusing money with power again, Elon. Yeah, we're going to do this. We're going to do what we want, and we're going to not take any of those cuts into account, and we're going to actually spend even more. Go fuck yourself, America. Yeah, you thought inflation was running rampant already because of all the COVID money that got printed. Well, let's print some more. Let's print even more.
Find waste, fraud, and abuse.
I think he found a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse. They're just going to maintain and continue it.
There's steps to codify.
Like what? If there's that much fraud, why is literally nobody like in trouble?
I guess we're just like talking about fraud differently. Like if you're talking like legally fraud, I don't know. But like when they take a bunch of our money and they pay for nonsense overseas, that is in like the de facto way fraudulent to us, the taxpayer. Maybe not de jure, like by the law because Congress stamped it, but it's like, yeah, they're abusing our money. They're enriching themselves and their foreign allies
but it's
at
no
the
different
expense
than
of
this
us.
bill. This bill does the same thing.
Exactly.
What it really is he was pointing out a lot of stuff that if you're a taxpayer, you're like, I don't want my money to go to that. Y'all all agreed to that, but they did all agree to it. Congress already appropriated the funds. It's all already sent. And so like pulling them back can't be legal. It just
our elected representatives voted to do this oftentimes good deed, like, taking care of HIV infected moms. And right? Oh my God, the worst.
Who wants one of those?
And then
but it's like in the
Musk, when an elected representative decides that this is where we're going to go, then that's not fraud.
I agree. Like legally, that's not fraud. I'm saying the spirit of fraud is being tricked and having your money stolen and misappropriated. And that's what they do. That's what this bill does. That's what they've been doing for decades and precedents and entire lifespans of politicians. And they're just doing it again. And I think Elon is like beyond pissed seeing that he got in there. He got closer than anyone. And in the end, he couldn't stop the machine. He couldn't do anything. He couldn't meaningfully change. As a matter of fact, insult to injury, they spend more. They print more.
They're raising the defense budget in a significant way right now.
Mm-hmm. Oh, huge. It's the biggest defense budget ever. It's like $1 trillion or something. Right. It's crazy.
But it's already bigger than the next 10 countries combined? Why does it need to be so big? I mean, we were on, I think it was PKA. The
expansion is bigger than Russia.
Yeah.
Wow. We were on PKA and Kyle's like, but we can afford it. And I didn't push back at the time, but I was like, we can't afford anything. We're in debt. We can't afford we need to cut the budget, not raise it in the biggest way ever possible.
Yeah. But it's impossible to do that in a democracy because what costs us money is like entitlements. And the second anyone comes out and goes, hey, our bad, all those people who said it was a Ponzi scheme, Social Security, you're right. It is. It's just a government mandated one. This isn't going to be around forever. It's a model that relies on infinite forever growth. We got to cut it out. We're just ending it today. That person will lose in a way that makes McGovern look successful.
So as an old person, I feel like he should. Like when I was 18, I was like, yeah, can I opt out of Social Security? I don't think this is a good deal. I could put 7 or 15% of my income, depending on how you count it, into something private and do better. I would rather do that. I literally was like, what if I became a priest? Not a real one, of course, but on paper, a priest, so that I could get out of Social Security like those cheating rapists do. So I didn't do it. Now I've been paying into Social Security for over 30 years. And it's like, well, now you can't change the rules on me. That's bullshit. I'm entitled to the Social Security I've been paying into since I was 14 years old. And
I see where you're coming from. There's not a good solution. But it's
they took some SNAP money away. They took the food. They're cutting from food stamps because those are the people who needed money the least. The people on food stamps. I mean,
those programs don't get abused horribly.
Oh my God, that's a net good. That's a net good program.
Yeah, people who need it for sure. But this is where it comes down. Cuts are going to have to be made everywhere.
How do they abuse it?
You buy shit that you shouldn't be buying on it. You get enormous allotments that you don't actually need
for what you can spend on.
The rules themselves are abusable. And also the VA.
I was in prison with a guy who tried to abuse the rules on Snap. He was in prison. He was going to die there.
Well, he probably was like buying crack with it or something, like selling it and then taking the money to buy crack.
He was buying food stamps.
Too many Fritos?
He was buying food stamps for cash.
Just
that's how
quick
you
note for
use
listeners.
it.
SNAP is the new word for food stamps, in case you didn't know.
Yeah.
He was buying food stamps for cash as a store, and then at a discounted rate, because then the people can actually abuse SNAP, because there are rules on what you can spend the money on, and sometimes they're overly restrictive. There was a time when it seemed like you couldn't get female, like tampons and stuff. You couldn't get female hygiene products with your SNAP, and it's like every now and then I'll hear all of a sudden like now the prisons in Ohio will provide tampons for free, and I'm like, they weren't already? How is that not in everyone's like
you know who was against that? The janitors lobby. Like because they had so much overtime wrapped up in women's prisons.
Jesus Christ.
And then the VA thing, I know Woody and I have talked about that. Like there are a ton of veterans who deserve it and are getting the money, and that's good. Like, and they should continue to get it. One of my closest friends, the combat Marine, he got actually injured over there, has knee problems now, and he has a tough time. But yeah, he was playing flag football on the base. It wasn't from really stressful, traumatic stuff. And he gets some money now, which he's told us about, our friend group. And I'm like, yeah, that seems totally reasonable. You should be paid out that much for the rest of your life because of your service. Like, you're a real veteran. You fought and
you don't get that in the NFL.
You saw people die. They do get a lifetime on the NFL if they have the requisite number of games, I believe. But I also know someone who is on lifetime VA disability, not full disability, but he gets an amount of money that if I were like to give it to you, it's not negligible. It's real money, impactful, and tax-free, I believe. And he got it because while he was technically like deployed domestically, of course, he hurt his knee skiing and then said it was from something training related. And now he makes money on that. And it's like, you don't think there are a bunch of people doing that?
I would guarantee there's a bunch of people doing that.
Yeah.
I don't want to tell stories about people in my life because it'll all get connected.
Sure.
But, sometimes it's just a bunch of little injuries. My elbow got twinged and my ankle got hurt and my feelings got hurt. And those threes combined to make me 50% disability. And I think that it needs to be way harder to get there.
Yeah. Yeah. It's easily, but like even think about that. Even consider a politician saying, hey, VA, it's great for a lot of these guys who served and they really do need it, but there's also a lot of abuse. And that's not fair to the people who do deserve it or to the American public footing the bill. Immediately, all his competition and whatever lobbies are against him are going to be wheeling out guys with like no legs. And that guy's going to be like, you're trying to take my money. You're trying to take, I can't afford anything without this. You're trying to take it away. And then every news source is going to be, they're trying to take it from fucking Sergeant No Legs and give it to a billionaire. And it's like immediately the war is lost. Like that's what any attempt to cut entitlements is going to do. Like we're really kind of fucked. There's no way to end it. Yeah, is there?
It would take political bravery. So no, there's no way.
So no, that's not something you find in democracies.
Everybody wants to keep their job. You need term limits. You need to make you need term limits. Like the thing about Trump, the worst thing about Trump, I've been saying this all along. People don't fucking get it. On the planet, they don't get it because I see the posts. Trump dealt another loss and this and that. He can't lose. He already won. He won almost a year ago. He can't lose. They've made him. He can't get in any trouble for anything he does while he's president. He's already won. There isn't going to be a next term, and he knows that. He doesn't care about, I don't know, political ammunition or if this person likes him or if that person likes him. He's doing whatever he wants. Mm-hmm. He's already won. Anytime someone like puts a finger in Trump pie and is like, look at this loss he took. It's like, no, he doesn't care. Like all day long, he's just la 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 la. I'm the winner. I'm the best in the world. He's so happy right now. He has to be. Like,
I wonder if that changes if the Democrats get the House. They're just going to look at all these crypto transactions. They're going to look at the plane. There's a lot. There must be a huge paper trail. How about the guy that bought, I'm going to mix up the number. Is it $82 million worth of Trump's crypto? And then they stopped the SEC investigation that was going on about him. That feels super dirty to me.
It
Right?
sounds dirty.
Right? Justin Sung or something close to that. And there's more examples. He's sold many pardons at this point. And how can you not like look at the checks come in, see the pardons go out, and not see a connection?
Maybe we shouldn't allow pardons anymore, because it seems like you can either buy them or just let your administration let a pen write it for you for whoever you want for a 10-year span. Seems kind of like it's
no more pardons.
I don't know the answer.
Maybe you get like, maybe it's like a, I don't know, like a video game. Like you roll a dice at the beginning, and so it's no more than 6 ever, but you still get at least one.
Some pardons are good, right? I've seen pardons dealt out to people who really were getting a raw deal, I thought. And then you have like, I didn't like all the January 6th pardons he handed out. I certainly don't like the particular individual dirty ones like Justin Sung's. I didn't like, to go in the other direction, Biden pre-pardoning his family. So
like a decade period of time. Anything they did between X and Y time.
Right?
Yeah.
That's a lot of time.
Like, is this allowed? It's like the machine already signed it, moron. Yeah, it's allowed.
Democrats don't defend that one. At least not the ones I see.
Hard to defend.
But
yeah. But even if the
guy was convicted in criminal court, like we know that Hunter was just a full-blown drug addict, like piece of shit, and there's nothing to suggest that any of that changed ever, from the infidelity to the cancer stuff and the
he is a repeat cool guy of the week winner.
The little
grant you that.
I mean, be a blast to hang out with. I mean,
I don't know if hanging out with someone on meth is like hanging out with someone on coke when you're not on coke. Meth. I bet or crack. I bet he would actually not be fun to hang out with.
I'm down. Like crack sound.
You know how annoying it is to hang out with someone on coke, dude. Imagine that, like probably doubled. That must be what meth is like. You'd be like asking him if you could take a ride in the presidential helicopter, but he'd just be standing by the window, opening the blinds and closing them over and over, like trying to see if someone was outside.
People on crack and coke act the same, right? Am I wrong?
I don't actually know.
Well, if
I would
you
think
ask
they're
the
similar
FBI,
enough.
Well, you're smoking the crack in a crack rock. I think it's giving you a different high. We certainly
definitely stronger is my
certainly went after those crimes very differently between powder cocaine and crack cocaine from the 80s and 90s.
Yeah. Well, you can move crack cocaine stronger like per gram, isn't it? Is that not right?
I mean, one of them you're snorting, and then one of them you're smoking. So it's just I don't even know if it's comparable, but the results seem to be wildly different. Certainly along the ability to stop.
Is it that crack people started off worse, and that's why they're always so much worse?
So racist.
I wasn't even picturing. I was picturing
we know your thoughts on the crack people, as you call them, Woody, and we're not down for that.
In my mind, it was an overly skinny white woman whose ribs you could see. Like,
that's meth.
That's meth. You said
meth is white crack.
That's true. Now that's true.
All right. Well, look, I'm out. I didn't know, but you were wrong about the picturing the black thing. I wasn't.
Yeah. Yeah, I know meth is the strongest.
Brandon Buckingham, he does these videos, and you see like zombies walking in the street, and I was like probably incorrectly imagining them. They're mostly white people.
The zombies are heroin.
Yeah, it's like heroin and fentanyl and all those mixtures of like super strong tranquilizers of different sorts. Yeah. There's all sorts of cocktails that they make now. But those people, when I see them leaning like that, it's like I couldn't maintain that position sober.
What's keeping him up? It's like, the Michael Jackson video where he like hooks his feet in the pegs and he leans way far forward. I saw a clip of some guy on meth the other day standing in a way that it's like, if this were a game show challenge for $1 trillion, I couldn't do what he's doing right now. And he was just out of his gourd on a street corner drooling on himself.
It's super impressive. Like
looks like an awful time.
They're like leaning backwards and they're twisted like halfway, and then one arm's out in the front and one arm's way behind him, and they're just maintaining that in broad daylight on a sidewalk.
Sit down, druggie. You're making a spectacle of yourself. Can you just enjoy your high leaning against the wall?
Yeah, go lay on one of those spiked anti-homeless benches. You piece
Dude,
of
I
shit.
hate those things.
What? I love them.
Do you?
Everything should have spikes on it. It should look like fucking Koopa runs the city.
But I can't sit down.
Yeah.
Look at that guy. He's tying his shoe. Leave that guy alone.
Dude, left dude has dick sucking potential. Not anyone else's, but like I think he's halfway there.
That guy on the right looks like he's got like Despicable Me body, where his like head is all down. Do you think every morning, like if you're a heroin addict, do you think every single morning you wake up like, oh, whoa, what was I doing yesterday? And it's like, well, you were totally folded like a fucking birthday card standing outside CVS, making people uncomfortable. Oh, man.
Oh, they're just selling candy. No, so he's not leaning. This is a mean picture. He's picking up his candy that he dropped.
His shoe's not even on.
Is that one of those Hershey's? Look, that's a Hershey's cookies and cream right there. That's a good.
I didn't say he had bad taste. You know, I like the Hershey's cookies and cream, but like, I can at least understand, like, if you're into meth, I bet you're getting up to all sorts of hijinks, doing meth things, stealing copper. You're out and about, like you're doing, you know, meth addict things. If you're with a bunch of people on heroin, how do you even have a party? Like, is everyone just come over and then independently nod out and it's just silent?
For sure. For sure, we're all like in a corner to sit in and like quietly vomit on ourselves.
It just sounds awful. Oh, hard drugs are so scary.
I know the topic kind of shifted, but Tesla went down $152 billion today, which is a lot.
Just getting started. Just getting started, Woody. I said it before. I'll say it again. Sticking with it. All right. You know, the Tesla's going down. There's no way they recover. Too much robust competition. He's clearly lost the favor of Caesar. And on top of all that, his product wasn't that good to begin with. And it was the cult of personality propping things up. I believe in his space companies. SpaceX is the future, probably. I mean, that thing's so incredibly powerful. But I don't believe in Tesla anymore. I don't know how you can. They need a new product. They need a sick new product that's badass. And it's not coming.
Have you not seen the Cybertruck?
They need a Roadster. They need that Roadster out, and it needs to be affordable. That would do the trick.
So what could they like? Is the board of Tesla going to be like, all right, we've finally had it. We're going to get rid of this guy, or can they even do that? I
would expect that won't happen unless the valuation drops a lot more than it is. Because I don't know what Ford's price earnings ratio is, but I bet it's like 9. And I don't know what Tesla's is, but I bet it's like 200. And the reason it's so highly valued is Elon Musk. I'm going to go check my numbers.
That's fair enough. I guess he, in the market size, he still brings more than he takes away.
So Ford is an 8. And Tesla.
But it's down 14.26% today.
Tesla's is 156. So I was a little high on both, but
I just don't think it's going to work. And I see these pictures of huge parking lots full of Cybertrucks that are going to start corroding next year. like I just don't see it. Hey, they're in so much trouble.
Why? I'm sorry. No. Why are they corroding already?
Well,
it's one of the things. They get a little rusty.
Well, that's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah, it is. Well, it's made of stainless steel, and apparently it's not stainless enough. You look at an old DeLorean, which, by the way, if there was any movie car to get, in my opinion, the DeLorean is the coolest one. The fucking Marty McFly time travel car.
I'd rather have Biff's car.
I don't remember. I remember Biff having like an old hot rod of some kind, but
convertible.
It was like a big,
I think it was a cooler car than the DeLorean also.
Y'all are crazy with those gull wing doors, and the thing is stainless steel, so you polish it up so it's like a mirror.
Can we see a picture of a Tesla, Zach? Because my mental image of a Tesla. Oh, I'm sorry. I meant to say DeLorean, Zach.
Yeah, yeah. They have a square body, and in certain angles they're not that pretty.
not cool. Like there are aspects of it they got right, but significant things they got wrong, according to me. We'll see. The gull wing doors are really neat, though. I did forget about those.
That is cool. I like that. You can't take that away from them. The little loops.
Oh, that is a really good angle. It does show how the tires don't fit for me. Yeah, Zach never gets bonus.
Thank you, Zach.
Yes.
That's a good one. That's a good one, Zach. And I would want to do the back seat up like the movie. Put the flux capacitor and some gizmos in there. I saw a Knight Rider car, which is another one. What are you laughing at? It's a classic car.
It's just a hilarious thing. I was just picturing you like driving that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this baby hits 88 miles per hour. Like I would have so much fun with that. I would engine swap it.
Your poor girlfriend is listening to the same monologue about the car for the 200th time on the way to dinner.
It looks bad in that one, but
she'd be saying it too. She'd dress up as Marty McFly. I'd be Doc Brown. It'd be sick. I'd be walking around touching her in front of people.
DeLorean from the front?
What?
Zach, can we see a DeLorean from the front, please?
Yeah, you can tell it's got an ugly front.
It's like they didn't get the nose and the tires right, according to me.
So there was, I think there were some legal restrictions on headlights back then that made them all that ugly. I remember reading something about how like when the Taurus came along that they changed that law or something. I don't remember the specifics, but I agree. From the front, it's the movie that sells it to me the most. And I do like the stainless steel body. The Knight Rider car, Zach, if you can find that one, I saw one of those tricked out to be kit or whatever from Knight Rider. Like it plays the music, the interior is all tricked out. I don't know what that is on the right. But
I like it.
What is that?
Is that the new one?
Looks like a mouse for a computer.
I imagine it only exists in Blender, but I just made that up.
You're probably right.
I would have
the loops removed from my DeLorean because I wouldn't want anyone to think that a manlet drove it.
What's a loop?
Those loops that you use to pull the
door down.
But if you're a big boy, I imagine a car that low, you just reach up and
you're gonna want that loop.
It's from the seat that you use it, right? To close the door.
Yeah.
I thought you could probably just reach out and lean and close it. But I don't know. I've never sat in a DeLorean nor seen one in person.
That's this one in my mind. The tires aren't perfect, like the wheel wells, something too round about them. But this still holds up to me. This looks like an attractive car.
I agree. And it's cooler if you see it from the inside because he's got, I don't know if this is the one I saw, but the guy I saw had his perfectly tricked out. The car talked to you with Kit's voice and everything. Okay, it's Leno's. He's got better wheels on his. Yeah, it's a cool car.
He's got every car. He could probably put that next to a DeLorean. He probably owns a DeLorean.
What happens to that car collection when he dies?
I bet he goes to a museum that he already owns for tax purposes.
Does he have kids? They probably get them.
Look at that. That's what I'm talking about, dude. Oh, yes, that's Kit.
Dude, this looks so futuristic when I was 9.
That's what I like about it. This is the angle we should have taken with cars. Like, there's no reason that cars shouldn't look like this. Tesla kind of does it with their yoke. You know, they do have the yoke steering, but I like everything about this. I like the gizmos and wires. I like the nonsensical lights. All that gauge panel on the far right with all the red bars and the green on the dude. I love this.
I like the aesthetic of the wheel, but I don't like the function. Like sometimes you just like to like drape your fingers over the lowest part of the wheel while you're driving if you're feeling lazy, and you can't do that. You have to be be fucking 9 and 3 at all times.
Kit drives
I love to look at the yoke.
It's an intelligent
car. I
car.
think it's better.
Yeah, it's not
especially
functional as much.
I've never tried to drive a car that could be driven with just, what would that be? 180, 90 degrees in each direction, right? That I imagine the car would be too jerky, and that's why things take like 3 revolutions to go to the end.
Yeah,
but
it looks neat. But
is it possible? Could you get used to it? Would it? I don't know.
Looks like a little form over function.
You could have some sort of electronic driving thing where when you get to the end, it continues to go without you continuing the circle around. But that doesn't seem like it's a good idea for a motor vehicle that needs to dodge danger potentially. And
there shouldn't be a really long learning curve to how a steering wheel works.
Yeah.
Like, we all kind of know how they work.
Yeah.
And to change up that formula is dangerous.
I remember my dad had a Mustang, like a 60s Mustang when I was growing up. And he would let me drive it sometimes. And before the first time, he was like, Taylor, this does not have power steering yet. I haven't had the guy put power steering. I don't even know if he ever did. And he was like, so it's going to turn differently. And I'm like, yeah. Okay. Like, I'm sure it'll be about the same. And like some of the first turns, like turning left out of my neighborhood to head to my friend's house, like just onto a normal left turn road, I'm like turning and I'm like, like I'm like having to crank it. And then you get going straight and you let it go and it goes like multiple spins back. I didn't realize how much I took power steering for granted.
Dude, my wife's first car didn't have power steering. And her father was like, you're just going to have to get used to it, strengthen up. This is a 5'7" woman who weighs 106 pounds.
Yeah.
And she's just not strong. Her wrists, like, I think they fit in, like, they're so small.
Yeah.
And anyway, he installed power steering for her after she took out that stoplight. She couldn't make the turn. Just the light comes tumbling down on top of the car.
Yeah, it's like, I was paying attention, Dad, but physiologically I could not turn the car in time.
Yeah, that's it. Like, there were no other complicating factors involved. She just couldn't turn the wheel. And she was a new driver.
Yeah. Well, you actually kind of made me
Actually,
I kind of forgot
like
the cool stuff about the DeLorean, but I really think if you were to take that DeLorean, if you take that DeLorean and you put non-gull wing doors on it, I'm suddenly like not even a little impressed. Like,
I really like gull wing doors, except when people like ghetto style throw them on a Caprice or something. Like, I don't want to see it on a junkie car or like on a ghetto mobile. I'm not into that, but cars that just have gull wing doors and doors that I think of all doors that go up as gull wing, but I don't think that's the correct terminology. The ones that sort of go up like a scissor might be called technically something else, but I like that. Does the Lotus have that?
I also don't know the name of the scissor doors, but which one do you like more?
The gull wing doors, the thing that Elon did on his SUV, that's the tech. That's the move for doors, in my opinion. So they go up like a gull wing, but he's engineered it in such a way, or someone has, that it actually doesn't swing out and hit things the way a standard one was. It has some pivot to it. And so the line that the edge of the door takes is better than
like if someone parked, I'll make it up, like 8 inches from you, the gull wing door would still manage to rise.
Yeah,
it doesn't hit people next to you.
Yeah, that's cool. Although, like, I don't like parking next to people even in a shit box. You know, I don't want the drama of that. I've never hit anybody with my door, and I've never been hit by anybody's door, but I feel like that would make me very, very angry.
I've been hit and I was angry. So I was driving a shit box. It might have been my Taco, which had like dents in it. No, it was my Ford Focus. And some guy was in a Home Depot parking lot and they were loading their car. Like maybe with a ladder, they were like standing on the bumper, like getting shit loaded up. And his door was against my car, just like grinding, going up and down as their car bounced, touching my car. And I'm like, what are you doing? And he's like, what? I was like, your door is grinding on my car. Like, I know it's not a good car, but
it's fine.
You should have some respect for people. And, he's like, he said sorry in a way that made it seem like I was the dick over.
Sorry.
Yeah. Like, I guess if you're going to make a big deal, sorry. And it's like, you should be sorry. You're grinding your door against mine. But like it didn't, you could rub off the mark with your thumb. It was like, all right. But there was a mark.
Either way, pretty rude.
Yeah.
Just like crash into someone else's cart at the grocery store and be like, sorry. Yeah. It's like, you're the one who came barreling into the chip aisle, so excited at what snacks were ahead of you that you didn't notice I was here.
I have a lot of respect for other people's cars. You know, you never know what that car means to them. Financially or even like emotionally, you know, that thing could have sentimental value. Maybe they built that thing themselves. Maybe that car is like taking every dime they have in the world just to make those payments. You go and disrespect that thing, they might murder you at fucking Walmart.
I agree with what you're saying, although that doesn't describe who I was. I hated my car. I hated that car so fucking much. You know, when you get a new car, you love it. I parked it in the garage that night and I was like, oops. And then for like years, as I walked to my Ford Focus in the Cisco parking lot, I liked literally every car in the parking lot more than my own. I would trade with, it would be like a 18-year-old Ford F-150 shit box. And I'm like, it's still cooler than the Focus. I
Yeah.
hated my Focus so much.
It sucks to buy a new car and immediately be like, fuck, this is a gay car.
I hated it so
Hatefulness.
much. And I remember I had a coworker who was a friend of mine when he saw me got it. He goes, huh, you got a Ford Focus? And I was like, this is starting good.
Get a load of Woody's shit car. Did you hear me? Maresh, I called it fuckers. Fuckers. Let us get out of here. And he burns out.
Those guys came to work on a tandem bicycle and they're making fun of your car.
Two Indian guys are holding hands laughing at you as they walk to lunch.
Dude,
As they
like
want to
80% of the Indians I work with had Toyota Camrys. That was the standard. Like, come to America, you got to get a Toyota Camry in a one-bedroom apartment. That's your starting kit in India.
Yeah. And then you have to not mow your lawn until the HOA tells you to.
One guy took up like art. Like that was his thing. He got into art after work. So I went over to his apartment one time, and we were like picking up something during lunch. And dude, the carpets were wrecked. He's using like chalk and shit to like draw on canvas or whatever he's doing. He's painting in there. He treated the whole like apartment like a studio or some sort. And I think he really took up art because he was drawing nude models and he got to see naked women at night, something he didn't do in real life.
That's incredibly Indian of him.
I am an artist.
Ayush, you're the real one, bro.
Yeah. This way, no one can tell me how many bobs and vagines I can see. I simply draw them in my ruined guest bedroom.
The next day, telling me about the models or whatever. It was hilarious.
Crack the code.
The Indian coworkers being mean about your Ford Focus is so funny. That was a motivating factor. Look at you now.
Shitty. I've never
Buy and
seen
sell
anybody. The thing is, like, maybe I just haven't been around mean enough people because I've never heard anyone call a black person the N word. I've never heard any. I've only one time in my life did I see someone who was gay get called the F slur, and I've never heard anybody get made fun of for something they couldn't like change, like your car. Like in high school, when I was in high school, everybody had a car. Everybody had a car.
Really?
If you didn't
Okay.
have a car at 16, it was weird. And nobody's getting dropped off by their parents or taking the bus after 16. You're at least going to have a buddy who has a car. You have a real loser not to even know someone who has a car. But I never saw anybody make fun of somebody else's car. There were people with brand new $35,000, $40,000 cars, and there were people in absolute shit boxes. And we were just all happy to be mobile, you know?
Yeah,
Nobody was
yeah.
making fun of anybody's ride.
Yeah. That was
We only
definitely-
made fun of people's rides if they also joined in. Like, maybe they had a derogatory nickname for their own car or something like that. I called mine the Shaggin' Wagon. Other people did too. There was not very much shagging going on in the station wagon. But
It's kind of rocking. I'm broken down and I need help.
I'm probably under it trying to fix it.
One of my cousin's first cars was a Chevy Blazer, the SUV.
Yeah.
And it was a real shit. It was the square bodied one. And the wheel came off while he was driving one day, the whole wheel and tire. And so he's in a tricycle now and it just goes in the ditch and totals the whole thing out. And his dad's like, how did you wreck? And he's like, the wheel came off. This piece of shit you got me right around. The whole wheel and tire just came off and left me.
Crazy. Like that.
Down the road.
That must be an old Chevy Blazer thing because my younger brother had one and I know I told this years ago, but the exact thing happened. He had a Hyundai Tiburon at first, which was like a little tiny car.
Yeah.
And it got wrecked through it either got wrecked through no fault of his own or it was like a degree of a lemon through no fault of his own. It was not his fault whatsoever that this car fell apart or got destroyed. I don't remember which one happened, but he got it replaced with this like dark brown Blazer. And like my dad was like, you got to take care of this car. You can't get you another car after this. And the exact thing happened. He was driving on just a normal road and then he came to a stop and he said he stopped and his wheel didn't. And so he just had to like sit there at a busy intersection and wait for the police or a tow truck to come. Not the police. I don't think he was retarded enough to call the police for that, but just lost it. Lost his whole wheel. So maybe that's a Ford or a Chevy Blazer thing, Kyle. I've
I'm
never
on the
heard
Chevy
of that
Blazer forums, and I like the first one is like, my wheel came off on the way to school. And then
That's
somebody's
such a
like,
dangerous thing to happen.
and then some guy like suspiciously with a Ford icon next to his name or a Chevy icon next to his name is like, that shouldn't have happened. Probably.
Well, that seems like fake news to me. Banned from the Chevy Blazer forums.
Gator went through so many cars when we were 16 to 18. It was shocking because like after that, he got like a Ford Taurus. His dad went car shopping without him. And before his dad left, he was like, I'd love a pickup truck or a Camaro or maybe a Mustang, even an old one. This is what he left his father with. And his father returned with one of those Ford Tauruses that looked like a shaver. Yeah. You know, had the sides have that ripple to them. They're all rounded out with a bug eye front. Hideous mom car from the early 2000s. It took him about 3 months to destroy that car. There was a flood, and he drove it into the floodwaters on purpose and claimed he got washed away. He just drove it into the floodwaters on purpose.
Those are the ugliest cars ever. I know exactly the body you're talking about.
I thought this was a pretty dope parenting move that one of my friends made. He got a small truck with no back seat. And the parents intentionally made it so that he could only have one friend in it, I think. Okay. And the dynamic changes so much when there's only one friend. Like when there's a group of people peer pressuring the driver to do something stupid or like a party atmosphere. But when it's only two people in the car, sanity is likely to prevail. And his parents saw that coming and got him a car that could only hold one other person. I had a friend whose parents did the exact opposite. Really?
He was like, he was like, I want a van that I can put all the boys in. I need 3 rows. and that's what they got him. They got him a minivan, and he would load it up with all of his boys. That guy actually partied too hard, paralyzed himself. Yeah.
Oh,
sad story. Yeah.
Did it paralyze?
What's the car though? No, he was fucking around on some tall ass banister at college, like doing some sort of like slide down the banister in a movie, like he was in Harry Potter or some shit. And he just fell off the banister down like 15, 20 feet onto his head and like retarded himself essentially for the rest of his life.
Like how paralyzed? The whole thing?
Like not only paralyzed, but like retarded. Like needs diapers and full-time care. Like he went from wild and crazy guy in college to like done.
He's still a little wild and crazy, I bet. a little Bud Light in his feeding tube.
I don't know. They keep him hidden. I haven't seen him since 2000.
Oh, man.
My autism compels me to throw out one more parenting tip. My friend's dad did this, and I thought it was genius. They paid for his car insurance until he got his first ticket, and he knew those rules. So this was a college friend of mine who was on my swim team, and he never sped. He's like, I can't get off this gravy train. I drive the speed limit. And my dad pays for my insurance, and he stops if I get a ticket. Oh, damn. Like it had exactly the intended effect.
That's a good deal. That's actually really smart.
I had no such deal. I got in a bunch of trouble driving early on, speeding. I passed a school bus one day trying to get home with my breakfast when I was 16. And they the school bus took my license plate, called the cops, and then the cops called me, and they're like, hey, did you just pass a school bus illegally? And I'm like, eating my big breakfast from McDonald's at home. I'm like, I mean.
That doesn't sound like me. The one near the McDonald's. No.
Who is this again? But I was like, yeah, I did. And he was like, all right, come to City Hall. You're in trouble. And like, I had to get my dad, and I'm like, I'm in trouble. I'm going to go to City Hall.
You should have fibbed.
I felt like lying to the police I figured I was on video, maybe. You know, I didn't want to lie to the police. So I just told the truth and took my whatever punishment. It wasn't that bad. It was a ticket, maybe a fine or something.
It's a big deal in New Jersey. It's like 5 points, 12 you lose a license. And it's expensive.
I think they may have taken some points or something. But, you know, I didn't drive crazy all the time. Or at least I didn't get caught driving crazy all the time. I only get caught maybe twice. 2 or 3 times speeding. Like I've got caught going 100 once in my truck, and they just wrote me a ticket. I guess they were just nice about it. I don't know.
North Carolina would go harder on that. If you're over 15, it's a felony, and you could lose your license. And
Damn, I've heard, and because you're from New Jersey, you would know. Like the reputation I heard probably from old O&A episodes, because they were in New York and always driving around in New Jersey, was that like the New Jersey state troopers are like hard scoping for out of state plates, and they make a tremendous amount of money on out of state tickets. Is there any truth to
I've heard that. I don't know what the truth is. but I've heard that too.
Yeah, I've heard there's like some tricky rules that other states don't have on the road in New Jersey. Like I know they have the gas pump thing, which is weird. The only time I filled up gas in Oregon ever, I just unthinkingly got out and like started pumping my gas.
You're stealing jobs.
I was fucking stealing jobs, and this dude came out and was like, "Hey, what are you doing?" And it's like, getting gas. And he's like, "No, you sit in there, princess." I'll do you already pulled the fucking lever. Damn it.
He cracked the code of this.
I'm going to turn it off, take it out, put it in, pull it again.
New Jersey people love having their gas pump for them mostly. I liked it growing up. I thought it was really nice. It was like white glove service was the thought in your head. And New Jersey has a lot of bad weather too. It's often either too hot. It's only 1 degree cooler than North Carolina in the summer. It's 10 degrees cooler in the winter. So it's often icy and the skies are gray for 9 months a year. So to have someone else pump your gas, often you're kind of like being catered to.
I would hate it. What if you're poor and you're like, give me 87 cents. Don't you fucking go over. I'm telling you, I'm warning you right now.
Oh yeah.
I will drive off.
That's how I did it when I was young. I'll take $4 worth, please. And
yeah,
seen it all before.
You might be embarrassed by that though. When you're 16, you don't care. But mate, what if you're a 42-year-old man?
I get what
you
you're
need
saying.
87 cents worth of gas.
Like while
that's
you're
also
getting
your time away from your lady to like decompress a little. Like maybe there was a fight about the movie. Maybe you think her take was dumb and you said the wrong word, and now we're about to head to dinner.
Hypothetically, this didn't actually happen yesterday.
Hypothetically, she had a bad take on Alien Romulus, dumb bitch, and so you're outside the car decompressing, thinking about your apology, and you need that pumping time outside the car, outside in the cold air, away from the little warm pocket of perfume air to get your head straight. You go back in.
What would be a bad take about Romulus? I'm curious.
That we should watch after the 32 minutes in because it's clearly going to be bullshit.
That we should finish the movie.
I just picture me like slamming the door.
I couldn't finish Alien Romulus. I thought
no, you dumb bitch. Saruman did not have a point.
I just don't want them pumping my gas.
After I started pumping my own gas, I appreciated the speed of it. Like now the weather would have to be pretty awful, raining sideways type stuff for me to wish it was someone else.
Can you get out while you're filling up? So like, could I be like, all right, fill her up and then go in and grab a soda? Because I often just like grab a Diet Coke or Pepsi while I'm there.
I don't know for sure. When I lived in Jersey, Quickie Marts were new.
It's just traditional gas stations where they weren't selling anything else.
Right.
Go out by the well. Get yourself something to drink.
What's an LC?
Gourd.
LC?
I thought you said there were an LC or something about the gas station.
I don't know.
I must have misheard. That's
I said Quickie Marts were new. I don't recall.
No big deal. Yeah, if you can get out and get snacks, then I'm fine with it. If you have to sit in the car and let them pump, and then I have to go out and like get my soda, not a fan of that at all. That just wastes my time.
Yeah.
Or it would save me money.
And I'm really careful when I pump gas. Again, even if I'm in a shit box or somebody else's car, like that, you don't want to drip any gasoline, but outside the car. Or if I do, I want it on the ground. I don't care about that. I'll pour it all over the ground.
In Jersey,
on the car.
They do it well. Like at least the ones that like back in the day, this is so long ago, but like Corvettes, for example, they would fill sort of like in the trunk, almost from the top. And I've seen them do it. They bring a rag with them so that as they lift it, no drops, could come out of the nozzle. It's like, all right. Oh, and then back in the early days, they wash your windows for you also. They do the thing, just rearrange the pattern of the dirt on your front windshield.
We have a guy that does that in every gas station in Atlanta. Skinny Pete.
The homeless guy?
Yeah,
who has bunched up newspapers, getting ink on
you show him a little money and tell him to do a good job, and then you just drive away. He's got no representation.
Me and my filthy. I can read some of the headlines on my windshield now.
I hate that too. I would pay you to not put that filthy newspaper on my car. I don't know how those guys make a living. I guess they don't.
No, they're washing windshields through tacit threat. that's what their business model is acting like they're gonna get mad if you don't let them do this thing.
I hate getting begged when I'm just in traffic. Like in Atlanta, you get off the interstate and you get to that first red light intersection, you go left or right or pull through and get back on the interstate. There's always like 3 or 4 black guys there selling water. Like, where'd y'all get this big pile of water? And like the price is negotiable. It's like I'm in a Middle Eastern bazaar all of a sudden. Like
my friend. It's just
yeah, but it's just, and they're selling the waters, and then what's the other one? Oh, the Shriners or something. The guys with the funky hats. You know those guys that have like the bucket hat. Oh my God, those, you'll be at a big intersection that takes a long time, and they start filtering into traffic, walking in the street up to every car, begging from us all. And it's just like, they've got pictures of sick kids. They're wearing photographs of sick children on their chests, and they're shaking that bucket at your window.
It's real tricky. It's like, I could give you money, but if I gave everyone money who asked for it, I wouldn't have any more. So I'm not giving you money.
When I lived in like the city, like you'd see people like that where like you stop at a light, and you know, God willing, you're not one of like the first 4 cars in the light, because there's a guy on the median who's like saying, like going knocking on everybody's window with a bucket, like a Homer's all-purpose Home Depot bucket, being like, we're raising money for my son's baseball team. And it's like, really? Because you're wearing a shirt that says try me, and like, like you have one shoe on. Like, I don't believe you have a son, nor that this has anything to do with the baseball team. Please turn green so I can drive away from this lunatic.
Change your lie to hockey. Maybe you'll make some progress.
Yeah. I'll donate to your son to getting your son some new pads so he doesn't have to go to Play It Against Sports.
No, I don't like solicitors. I don't like beggars, any of that stuff. I don't like dealing with it. Put me in this weird position. Little kids come into my house, like selling magazine subscriptions. I remember when I was 19, someone came to my house selling magazine subscriptions. It's like, why would I want a Vibe subscription, dude? What are you doing? This is the wrong door. This is the wrong door. I don't know how you make a living like that. And the Girl Scouts too. I can get your cookies at the dollar store for a quarter of that price. Bitches.
When it's a neighbor kid, now no one comes to my door. My driveway's too long. But in Apex, where I used to live, I would like over donate, and I don't even want this stuff. Like, you know, we're raising money for my baseball team. It's like, if I give you 20, can I opt out of the popcorn? Or like, your coupon book is really just trash to me. Why don't you save it for somebody else?
Give the next guy 2 and leave. Because this is awful. Yeah, I hate solicitors. It's the only kind I'm okay with is if it's like a young enough kid that they're offering to like mow my lawn or something, and then I know that it's like there's no way that this 12-year-old kid knows what my no soliciting sign means. Like that, there's no way he knows what that means. But like, if some adult shows up,
you're gonna learn today.
Hey, we were in the neighborhood and we've been redoing people's roofs. You want to let me in and sit at your fucking dining room table, and I can tell you that it's going to cost $92,000 to replace your roof before you ask me to leave? And it's like, no, go away, please. I know you're just not in the neighborhood. I had an attic company. This is probably a year and a half, 2 years ago now, where these 2 guys showed up at my house and were like, "Hey, we were just in the neighborhood doing some work, and so we're offering to the other neighbors." You know, there's a lot of problems with attics. A lot of people have rats in their attics and they don't even know about it. And it's like, I'm like, okay. And he's like, so, you know, what we do is we clean out all that old insulation where there's like rat feces, and he's like trying to scare me and everything. And he's like, and then we replace it with new high quality top of the line insulation, which is actually going to save you fucking 17 cents annually on your heating rate. And then at the end, the guy's like, so we'll do it all. We go in, we clean it out, we trash it for you, we replace it. And that's, you know, only 22. And I was like, 2,200? I literally, not trying to do a bit. I was like, that's 2,200? And he's like,
yeah,
and he goes, 22,000. And I was like, oh, okay. How about you give me a card and try and swindle some other retard who's going to be like, oh, honey, I had to lose $22,000 today because 2 19-year-olds, college dropouts, said there's rats shitting in our attic.
The closest I've come to getting into a fight has in years has both times has been solicitors coming to my door and not wanting to take no for an answer. Like, I get so angry and defensive about it. I'm just like, you didn't see the sign? What do you mean windows and fucking blinds? No, I don't need pest services. And if they don't react to that well, then I don't react to that well. And I called the one guy a faggot to his face. I did. I swear.
He was black, so it was okay.
No, it was a white, like Mormon looking bitch on a Segway. Oh, I know what I did. I told him to get out of here on his faggot mobile.
You tell all your boyfriends that this place is not looking for your business.
I'm getting mad just remembering it, but I'm on my front doorstep screaming, shaking my head, like loud enough so that all the neighbors I'm as loud as I can be without my voice breaking.
Everyone, this guy tried to fuck me. Get the house. Don't listen to him. Don't believe his lies. Like it's momentum.
Threatening him and screaming. I hate that. I hate it so much. It's like, you didn't see the sign? You didn't see the sign? It says no soliciting. And sometimes my sleep schedule is so bad that I just went to bed at noon. Especially when I was like on that COVID workout schedule where I needed to be at the gym at like 2:30 a.m. on pre-workout and like going like 3 p.m. is 3 a.m. to me.
You were up. You didn't wake up for the 2 a.m. That was like the middle of your day.
No, I would wake. So it was over the course of a year. So there was some shifting, but for the most part, I would sleep from like 2 or 3 in the afternoon until like 10 or 11 p.m., midnight even. And then
so close to being Jocko.
Yeah.
I had a very specific reason for it. I was trying to hit that gym and I love the gym being empty and completely to myself. Like I don't I can really focus and I can talk to myself. I can sing out loud. I like to jog and walk and like jog walk. And it looks weird because I'm like dance jog walking to like 70s, 80s pop music. Like I don't want to crowd. Sometimes I genuinely like to take my shirt off and look at myself in the many mirrors, but I don't want people to think I'm doing it for them. Like I don't want them to see me. I don't need them to see me. I'm just examining things. But I look like a douchebag doing it, obviously. So I really wanted to have the gym completely.
Right. And you didn't look like a douchebag with your shirt on, which had like spaghetti straps. And
I didn't. I wore stuff like this.
And the armpits went down to your belly button.
I never bought that like thirst trap, like gym bro gear. I just had I had tank tops, but I never did that. Although occasionally, like I'd wear like a cover up, and then like once I got a super pump, I'd like peel that bitch off to reveal the mountain that I was. So that was fun. That was when I was working out when people were around, though.
You'd wear a fucking hoodie.
Yeah. Like one that
probably what Derek recommended. Like that'll burn an extra X amount of calories. So work out.
Recommendations for my underwear or anything, but I would have taken them if he was like, "You got to wear these. No more boxers." I'd have been like, "All right, I'll throw them away."
A cup for the bench press? Derek says so. We don't question.
I had no questions when you look like that. His resume is his body. It has to be.
Yeah. Makes sense. What else could your resume be as a fitness expert? If you look like a schlub, no one's going to take you seriously.
I don't know. I might be interested if you had some advanced degrees in biochemistry, or maybe you had some sort of chemistry background behind your all your talk about supplements and such. You understood how the muscle fibers or the cells were actually reacting to things, rather than just saying, "Yeah, you get up a good pump, watermelon juice, it's great." Like if you could break that down for me, why watermelon juice is great, I might be more apt to buy your product or your service. But mostly it's, do you look good and do you look like you're going to have longevity? Because I don't want to be like Mark Coleman looks awful. I don't know if you've seen Mark Coleman recently. Like, first of all, he's still a gigantic human being comparatively to everyone else. But I think his hips are ruined, his knees are ruined. Maybe like he doesn't get around well. It's something like that.
You're not talking about Ron Coleman. You Mark Coleman, the UFC fighter.
You're right. I'm talking about Ron Coleman, the giant black guy. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Mark Coleman's a UFC fighter. Probably Kyle also knows.
Well, Ronnie Coleman's also 61, which is.
Oh, I was going to ask you about the Mark Kerr
100.
movie. Do you know about the Mark Kerr movie that's coming out?
The Smashing Machine?
It's called The Smashing Machine.
Yeah. That was his nickname. And he was, so Mark Kerr, for people who don't know, was a Pride fighter. I'm going to say if it wasn't the 90s, it was the early 2000s. And he was one of the early best in the world MMA fighters. He was mean. Like if you got a cut on your face, There's 100% chance he's gonna put his thumb in it and twist it around and try to make it bigger. That's how he fought.
Valley
He was a
Tudo
wrestler.
and it started in '97 at Valley Tudo, the World Valley Tudo Championships. I think that's in Brazil. It doesn't say here, but
If the listeners don't know, Valley Tudo is like another word for MMA.
Okay, I didn't know that, but I watched some of his shit there. He's a giant steroid freak, and so The Rock can play him perfectly. He looks just like Mark Kerr.
Mhm.
Zach, if you can find a picture of like The Rock as Mark Kerr, they've got makeup on him and they put some hair on The Rock, which really looks weird. He doesn't like The Rock really anymore. You can almost not see him behind the makeup.
I'm interested in it. I think there's a documentary called The Smashing Machine also, but I don't know if I saw it.
Sad. It's sad because like the guy doesn't have like a happy win at the end kind of story. You know?
I think he's dead, right?
Yeah, I think he's dead.
Yeah. He when oh wow, so that's Mark.
Mark on the right, The Rock on the left.
I don't even see The Rock on the left.
Yeah, they did a good job. His nose, you can see him in the nose. But yeah, they've really got the makeup done well on The Rock there. They covered his tattoos up, obviously. Like
gave him
technology
hair.
is so good. Gave him hair, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't tell that was The Rock at first until I looked at the mouth shape.
It took Kyle saying they covered up his tattoos twice for me to process it, how just gone they are.
Mm-hmm.
That one, he's clearly The Rock. On the left.
He would fit in public. Like, you wouldn't say that's The Rock. Like,
I don't know any of these people. We're doing facial recognition.
But look at his, just use your finger and cover up the top of his head. Look at his mouth. That's The Rock's mouth. That's
well, they couldn't give him a
well,
mouth
you didn't.
transplant.
Did you use your finger to cover it up?
I squinted.
That's not what I.
Those pictures on Reddit where you squint and all of a sudden the pretty girls turn into a swastika.
Yeah. I've seen those where it's like a cheeseburger that becomes Hitler.
They don't work for me. I have double vision. All of those are so wasted on me.
When you squint, you don't see it? Oh man, Zach, find us one of those that's fun, and then I want to see if Kyle and I can discern it. And
yeah, we won't spoil what it actually is. We'll see if we can see and see the message behind the message, the subliminal image that's put there.
I saw a cheeseburger picture on Twitter, like just a delicious, because I see a lot of cooking content, and I saw like a big juicy cheeseburger, and I'm so trained that like when I saw the burger picture, I went. And I squinted to see what it was, but it was just a burger. so I felt like a retard. Like scroll past it quickly. No one's even around, but I'm embarrassed.
Yeah, those are great.
Those are fun. It's like those magic eye posters they put in doctors' offices to distract you. Yeah. Sometimes I couldn't get like I'd have a sense of urgency where it's like they're gonna call me into the back with the dentist in like 3 minutes. I gotta figure it out. And then when you can't relax, you can't see it. And so then I would be like, fuck, all right, maybe mom will let me stay for like 5 minutes after this appointment. And I can see if there's like some other kid says there's a whale. That kid could just be a fucking liar.
All right, I got it.
What do
you see here? What do you see here, Woody?
Oh, wait a second. I see is it Jesus?
I think that's either Jesus or Brad Pitt.
I'm getting Russell Brand.
I think they're going for Jesus because of the long hair, but you could tell me it was some long-haired rock star, and I believe it.
I made it bigger. I can't do it.
Samurai movie. like it kind of looks like Tom Cruise in like Interview with a Vampire. Even the brow and the eyes are like Tom Cruise to me. That's the pretty. Here's one thing I don't like about like the faith that I've been exposed to in my life. Jesus was always that pretty boy in church. You know, he was always that like blonde guy that's like way too pale to be Middle Eastern. That never watched with even 8-year-old me. I was like, really? I guess
we didn't have a blonde Jesus that I recall. It was like light
in our brown, church. But it should be like he should have like a kinky afro. He should look like a rough character.
2 girls kissing and it says busty loons underneath.
Well, yeah, that's definitely 2 girls kissing, and it says, I don't know what it says. I'm tired of squinting, but it's definitely 2 girls squinting or kissing.
Oh, well, this one you can tell without squinting what it is.
Right away, I know who that is.
Yeah.
Who's that, Woody?
Oh, it's Kanye, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Woody, I'm not
there
going to
you
tell
go.
you who it is.
All right. He's got so many. Is it Kanye again? The two girls kissing look like two girls kissing
Looks like
I don't
Kanye
see
again.
shit
without
here.
squinting to me.
I don't see it here.
That looks like Kanye again. That's Kanye.
All right. Well,
That's obviously Kanye. That's just barely not Kanye.
What else
Eyes
would it
open.
be?
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah. Oh, I love those eye tricks. I'm gonna get really into that. I'm gonna fill my whole house with those and lead people around on tours. What do you see here? Nothing? Of course, uncultured.
I have double vision correcting glasses on right now. I think that's making all the difference.
Oh, that's so funny. So you can't see it. That's why.
I guess I can't believe I'm nailing these. This fucking swish after swish on this thing.
This is like a couple years ago, but I had turned all the blue light off of my monitor. Because it's like supposed to, it was like it's
thing.
Yeah, like keeps you awake longer or something. So I had turned all the blue light off on my monitor, and I had scrolled somehow to a color blindness test. And so I was like going through, and I'm like, I'm not colorblind. Nailed it. What the fuck? There are no numbers here. Like this must be a trick. No numbers. Next, see it. Next, where are this trick question in the online colorblindness test? And I was sitting here and I'm like, no, it can't be. There's a whole world of color I've never experienced. I'm only learning now. I would have known this before now. And it took me like 2 or 3 minutes of being like, oh, and then I turned the color correction off, and it's like, oh, I'm only regular blind, not colorblind.
That happened to me in high school. They were doing the color blindness test, right? And I didn't get one. Now I'm not colorblind, and it just took me a second to get it. That's the truth of it. But the teacher was like, oh, we got one. What about this? What about this? And he just wouldn't. I'm like, I'm not colorblind. I pass these things. I go to the eye doctor. But he wouldn't let it go. And I was very embarrassed. And I got way more attention than I wanted.
That's so funny. It's like, I'm not colorblind. Look at me, head to toe in Philadelphia Flyers gray. Like bright orange. Yeah.
is that what color they wear?
Yeah.
No.
Orange? Yeah. They
Oh,
wear
bright.
orange.
I'm sorry. I was still on the gray in my mind.
Yeah, no, the sports teams tend to steer clear of gray. It doesn't inspire a lot of excitement.
I saw some more twisters were touching down near your home the other day, Taylor. I got to ask, like, do you have tornado specific home insurance?
Yeah, it's covered as part of like the natural disaster thing, and so if my house were to get blown away, it would be covered. That would be a disaster.
One of the things that always like stresses me out is I'll be watching disaster coverage where they go to the neighborhood and their home's destroyed behind them. They're like, "Did you have fire insurance?" And they go, "I hope so." It's like, what are you? Me too, dude. Why aren't you on the phone with State Farm? What are you doing talking to us?
Yeah, I mean that would be ridiculous to not have tornado coverage in the Midwest. Like it would be as absurd as having hurricane coverage. Like no, it's not going to make it here, but tornadoes all the time. I was on my phone yesterday. I got a first text that was like severe, a tornado spotted or tornado alert, at here. I'm like, that's not in my neck of the woods. And then a little bit later, it got worse outside, far windier. It was like 2:45 in the afternoon, and over the course of a 20-minute period, it looked like it was 8:45 at night outside, and that's usually an indicator it's going to get rough. And I was cleaning my kitchen, and I get an alert that's like, seek shelter immediately, and I was like, no, don't you tell me what to do. I'll have enough time to run in the basement.
National
if it
Weather
hits.
Service.
Like, do you think I'm a fucking
Defunded.
pussy? Yeah. Do you think I haven't been around the block? You think I'm like a transplant from fucking Sacramento? First tornado season?
And you
No.
didn't hear the tornado siren because that trans lady hadn't made it.
Well, actually, by that point, the tornado siren had been going pretty much nonstop for like 40 minutes, and because it goes a lot, and then I like, dude, it's the Midwest in spring and summer.
Heard one in my life.
Yeah, Yeah. And then they overlap where like one will play and another. And so there's like kind of a spooky harmony of it. And I actually like it. I'm like, oh, it's going to be a nice cozy day as long as I don't get fucking fucked up by the tornado. And it is a little bit, it's a little alarming how much the trees are moving outside. But oh, that's a big one. And it seems fucked up. Like, let's not do that.
There used to be a tree here.
Yeah, it was fine. I was right. I defeated the storm by just staying calm, cool, and collected, and saying I am not gonna move my Xbox to the basement. It's not gonna happen.
Did a pretty cool thing a long time ago. I forget who it was. Maybe it was Allstate. They're like, we're not selling hurricane insurance anymore. It's too expensive in New Jersey, so you're cut off. And they passed a law. They're like, yeah. Any company that refuses to sell hurricane insurance can no longer sell health insurance, car insurance, home insurance, this insurance. Like, you just have to leave the whole heckin' state. And they're like, all right, we take it back.
Yeah, they should. It's like, we'll sell you Ontario wildfire insurance. It's like, fuck you. No, give me the one that I'm at risk of.
Yeah.
So, yeah, tornado season's fun.
I want to see.
As long as you're not the one getting sucked up. But it's cool.
Has anyone ever made a tornado-proof suit? And like gotten in the path of a tornado,
like when Ice Poseidon got in that inflatable ball.
yeah. like I remember the guy made that bear-proof suit, and there's that great video of his buddies like hitting him with baseball bats and swinging logs from ropes, and him just falling down mountains and stuff in his bear-proof suit. Like, someone needs to do that, but I want it to have fins and stuff. I don't want you to secure yourself to the ground and just let it pass over. I want it to draw you up like you're Dorothy and go for a ride and then land.
It should be like a wingsuit kind of thing.
We need hard armor. We're gonna need you in a pod, and then the pod needs to do this thing like where it has some. I kind of like the bouncy ball idea. Like a giant bouncy ball might be the move.
But imagine, an armored, like I'm picturing some sort of cross between one of those bomb squad detonation suits and a wingsuit. Right, so you're protected in there, but with mild flight abilities.
You're not protected in there.
Well then,
Woody's turned it into an activity, and I like that.
Yes,
now it's a fun thing. Now you see it coming, and you're like, all right. Fun day, Jackie. I'll be home, maybe. If my suit works as you're clonking out of the house.
I'm glad we
standing in the front yard, jumping 4 inches at a time, hoping for the best.
Hope it's barely raining.
I found the video. We could probably even show this. So I think this is a Chinese guy. He's Asian anyway. But he got cloud sucked up to like 40, 50,000 feet. And he's just frozen like a fucking icicle. Terrifying vortex sucks frozen paraglider 5 miles into the sky. He definitely was higher than 5, about 28,000 feet in the air during a flight over China. He's just hanging from his little para wing, and there are icicles coming off him like a comic book.
Oh, I am so very cheery. Oh my goodness! He's frozen.
Look at his little face all frozen up.
Poor guy. I guess he made it. The footage is here. Could
have people die from this, but he lived. I'm looking at him do absolutely nothing to descend. Like, what kind of incompetent jackass is this guy? He's doing literally nothing but gaining altitude. Tell me,
cold, Woody.
And he's not even trying. He's not fighting for his life. He's just sitting there taking what he gets.
Yeah, you should at least try. Give it an effort. Don't just hope that you don't go into space or whatever happens.
That's what happens. You go into space.
You go to space.
You float away. Yeah, it happens all the time. People float off into space.
His hands are on the brakes, not pulling them. Like, I don't know.
That would have been. Now, I'm no expert, but that would have been my first move.
You think he's just freezing himself for the views? I see.
I don't know.
I wanted to check for stuff getting thrown in a tornado, kind of adding onto your idea, the suit, Kyle. And it looks like a tornado in 2017 threw several cows and a bull over a quarter mile, and all of them survived.
Yeah.
How does that work? Was it like, did it pick them up 8 feet off the ground? Like,
it's because the story's wrong. It clearly is wrong, because how do they know that it picked them up and traveled them a quarter of a mile and then sat them down, and that it didn't just spook them and they ran into a field a quarter of a mile away? Like, unless I see a video,
story is tornado damages fence, cows escape.
Yeah, absolutely. Because it won't. It could happen. I could imagine it. What is this, JD? Is that JD Vance powering his way through a tornado? God,
bro, that's a space marine. That's that guy is big. You should have said sorry or thank you. Thank you.
Got his bump helmet on.
Yeah, now I'm getting fooled. I don't know if this. I don't know if this YouTube short is actually a cow being thrown in a tornado, but it might be. Use your discerning eye.
Yeah, I don't believe it. I've seen it pick up cows and throw them, though, and I'm sure it could.
Oh, it can do that, but I was like, there's no way they could live. Like, you're going so fast and you're so high.
It could theoretically slow them down and sit them down nicely, if that makes sense. The wind could. It could. You know? Like it's just probably not gonna. Weird stuff happens in tornadoes. We've seen those images of wood being driven through brick, and it's like, how does that ever even happen? That doesn't make sense. And people survived in bathtubs, and all sorts of weird stuff has happened with tornadoes. It could sit something down gently. It's just really unlikely that it's going to do that. Cows are tough too. Like, cows are tough as I've seen them get hit by cars, you know, and they just get back up. Like on the highway, I've seen them get shot and take bullets and just get back up. They're huge, tough animals.
Taylor, I know you have a basement. Are they really common in your area?
Everybody's got a basement. Yeah.
You think that's related to tornadoes?
Probably. Yeah. Like that's the only trick they have for you is like go to your basement and go to the part. If your basement has windows, like mine does, like don't go to the window side, like go to the non-window side and sit there and be fucking bored until the tornado goes away. Or you can be an alpha male, ignore the warnings and wait until shit gets real and then run downstairs. And that's like, it's like, what? I'm not that slow. I can beat the someone else's house is gonna get fucked up before mine.
I can move upwards of 6 miles an hour.
Yeah, and then if I get slow, if I'm really trying, I'm cheesing my Oblivion sneak score as I'm walking to the basement to try and not die. Yeah, but it's such a cool natural disaster. I feel bad for everybody who gets fucked up by them every year. But
do you know anybody who's like paranoid about it and is overly safe and protective when it comes to shit like that? Because that was the women in my family my whole life, where it was just this overprotective. Like my mom had 9/11 supplies in the basement. It's like
my mom was more paranoid about it than my dad, and so like I do remember many times as a kid, like spring and summertime, my mom would be like, "It's tornado! Like we all have to go down in the basement," and I never minded that as a kid because the unfinished area with no windows in the basement had our hockey net and stuff. And so we could just kind of play hockey for a while. But my dad would like be clearly just playing along and being like, it's fucking fine. Like we could go upstairs at any point. My grandma, and I wouldn't tell her, don't tell her this. Anyone who knows my grandma and listens, but she'll text me when there's a tornado and be like, Tyler, there's a tornado right in your area, and I just saw another one touchdown not too far from you. And I'm like, she's like, are you in the basement? You got supplies? You down there? And I'm like upstairs. There's
in the tub. You're in the bathtub.
I got my little cap on, and I've like, and my house is terrible for tornadoes because I've got skylights in every room, and so I'd be shattered and destroyed.
It'd suck you right out one of them.
Dude, it sounds like D-Day when it hails here. Just it's so fucking loud. And I'll always send back and tell her like, yes, Grandma, I'm safely tucked away in the basement. And meanwhile, it's like I'm using my air popper in the kitchen. It feels like it sounds like my windows are gonna blow in. And I'm like, I'm not fucking going in the basement. It's fine.
I really like the skylights. My lake house had a really big skylight in the living room. And when I first moved in, before I got my bed to like up into the loft where it ended up going, I would sleep under that skylight. And every night, like the moon was shining through the trees. Like it was a really cool vibe. I like the skylights a lot. But although it does seem scary in a tornado, I don't
mind
why
it.
it seems more. I don't think it's less safe than just a roof, but it does look that way. I would
it's not a wind.
through the hole.
It's not a wind thing that makes it more dangerous. It's that like branches and stuff. If it does fall in, it would get in more easily, and so I guess that's a little risk. But it's like, if the tree falls on my fucking house, like I'm already in trouble, regardless of how many skylights there are.
Yeah, bigger fish to fry. Mine was plastic too, some sort of plexiglass stuff. It wasn't glass, which would have been scary.
I bet most of them are like that. Like some sort,
so.
like they're because we've had like tornado season. We also get hail a lot, and some of the hail will be fucking big. And
How big's big?
Of it, like quarter.
It's pretty big.
Okay,
I've seen that before.
Yeah. Loud.
What I've never seen is like
if you see a golf ball size one, it's like rare, and it's like in a pile with a bunch of non-golf ball size ones. It's like, wow, this was a big boy. And like that makes a lot of noise on the skylights, makes it hard to watch TV upstairs, makes me think maybe this little childhood indignance of not going downstairs isn't even paying off at this point. Like,
does it damage your car, the hail?
Oh yeah, it'll fuck your car up. So I just leave it in the garage and it's fine. And
it's such a hideous way to fuck up a car. You need a real talented guy to get all those dents out. I can remember taking in a car at the auction, and it had been, the entire roof looked like you'd let kids on top with little ball peened hammers, and they just put a dent next to every other dent. It was just covered with dents. And the only way to get that out is to have a guy who knows what he's doing, use a tool from the backside and massage those dents out, and that guy charges.
Yeah,
I had a coworker from Kentucky with the coolest hail story. So she was young and therefore poor, and the hail hit her car, this Ford Thunderbird, and it just, little dents everywhere. So the insurance company comes out and they give her some money to have it fixed. And then in the Kentucky summer, I guess the heat and cooling cycle removed all the dents on their own. And she got a check for repairs without having to get it repaired.
What a deal. That's awesome.
It wasn't this bad. I'm sure.
That's a horrible case. That's like Edward James Olmos face of hail.
Oh, poor Edward James Olmos.
Big shout out, friend of the show.
Friend of the show. Captain Adama. He led the people all the way to Earth. Saved mankind.
The ending of that show was cool.
Yeah. You mean the way the lore sort of wraps up and does its thing and explains things?
Cycle. Yeah.
Sure. I had my gripes with the final seasons of that show. It's like, is everyone a Cylon? Who isn't a fucking robot in disguise? God damn it. It seems like we all are. Are there any humans left? I like that show. There's a season where like the young, hot, tough guy, like the main like white knight man, gets like depressed and gains like 40 fucking pounds like Mac from It's Always Sunny. And it's like, fuck, what happened? And it's between seasons. So like you end the season with him like he's captain. He's literally a fighter pilot captain or some shit. And then the next season he is fat. He is fat.
Do you think he got fat for the role or like?
It'll like make up to me. But it's pretty effective. It's effective enough. Battlestar Galactica is on that Mount Rushmore of sci-fi properties to me. I love it. It got great reviews at the time, but I don't think didn't really catch on. I think today it could be a big property the way something like Last of Us or I don't know.
If it was Game of Thrones, cast, maybe, I'd want non-famous actors to play the parts.
Oh, yes, I agree. Yeah, I don't want to see Zendaya. I don't want Zendaya or Tom Holland in this fucking show. I like Pedro Pascal too, but the media is so saturated with those three actors in particular that when I see them in a movie, I'm like, maybe in a few years when I'm not as exhausted with Pedro Pascal being on my TV continuously. He's the new Fantastic Four, Mr. Fantastic. He's in everything.
He's just trying to capitalize while he can.
I don't blame him. He cashed them checks, but I ain't going to watch.
What else is he in other than Last of Us?
I would need to bring up a list, but it's dozens and dozens of things since Game of Thrones.
Okay.
He's done lots and lots of movies.
Has he been in the Marvel universe for a while or something like that?
No, he's brand new. So the Fantastic Four, you may not know, is one of the OGs of like Marvel comics. They're one of the earliest and most popular properties from the old era, but they've completely dropped the ball every time they've tried to integrate them into the new Marvel thing. Or the Sony, I don't remember if it was Sony or Fox who had the rights for a while. they've done this twice before, and both times it was really bad. And so this is their third at bat on making the Fantastic Four a thing, and it looks like they'll probably do it this time. But
I saw that one in theaters in like the early 2000s, and it was trash. I didn't like any of them.
As the thing, Michael.
Yeah, Michael Chiklis.
Yeah,
I think that
one's
must have been the one.
Bad. Yeah, and then later on, there was the one that had like Kate Mara as the Invisible Woman, and the title was Fan Four Stick. So they turned the 4 into the A, trying to be like cool about it, and it
Fan Four Stick. Ugh.
Yeah.
And I also didn't like how the stretchy guy outranked the clear coolest guy of the group, which is the fire guy.
Mhm.
Like that's objectively.
I think the stretchy
Chris
guy
Evans.
is the smartest person in the world.
Then he would know the fire guy should be in charge. At least in title, he can be a behind the scenes vizier who makes the real decisions. But yeah, I remember watching it as a kid and being like, "This is so fucking gay. Why is the stretchy guy getting respect?"
So that was the Human Flame. That was Chris Evans, who later became Captain America. And
big trade up
in the Marvel universe. Big trade up. And then in the second one, I think you had a black flame guy. I think they made him black, which was weird. And then I remember Kate Mara's in it, and they did a bunch of reshoots, so they stick a wig on her, and the wig don't match. And you can see it. It's like, that's a wig. And the scene cuts back and forth, and it's like, wig, no wig, wig, no wig. Every time they go A,
Is
B.
Kate Mara the pretty girl from the
House of Cards.
Kevin Spacey House of Cards? Okay,
Yeah. She's been in a bunch of stuff. She was in, I like her in that Marky Mark movie. He's like a sniper or something like that. That's a pretty good movie.
I think it's just called Sniper,
Shooter?
isn't it? Oh, Shooter. You're right.
I think.
It's almost weird to me she's not a bigger star because I think she acts well, and I don't know.
She's pretty.
Like the prettiest girl on earth.
Yeah, she's very hot
lately.
She's definitely your body style. She's like thin and live.
And alive, yes.
And alive. That's all. That's
also alive.
Like. Optional. I know what you said, but I thought it was funny.
Alive. Kinky.
I'm trying to remember what was Shooter was about. He was supposed to scope out potential assassination spots that an enemy might do and tell them if it was possible or not, because if he couldn't do it, no one on Earth could.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yep,
okay.
Yep.
I thought that was a sick
while
movie.
He's in position, they actually kill the president or whoever, and they have him this perfect frame job because they've been photographing him as he scouted out every possible location, as he at the range practicing to see if a shot could be made a certain way. They have all that evidence against him, and then he goes rogue, and it's just running around being just impossible badass sniper man. Just
he kills like 20 Navy SEALs at that farmhouse at the end. Where it's like he's not that quick. They know where he is after a few shots.
The best part, he's at the end or toward the end, the bad guys are trying to negotiate. They're like, "Look, maybe we got off on the wrong foot here." he's like, "You killed my dog."
Not in my world. I already missed 9/11. This is my chance to make up for it.
The Accountant has a scene like that. Have you guys seen The Accountant?
Yeah,
no.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Kyle, you might like it. It's not terrible. I've heard The Accountant 2 is terrible, but I like The Accountant 1.
Okay.
And there's a farm scene where I guess he takes a liking to these two farmers, and then they try to kill him. And he has like a Barrett 50 cal that he shoulders and hits people with through a scope in a moving vehicle and stuff like that. He's supposed to be him, that guy.
I think it's he's at the farmhouse with the nice farmhouse couple, but then an assassin is using the farmhouse couple, like threatening them to try and get to him and like coax him there and be like, "Hey, you guys invite him to the farmhouse. He trusts you." And then they do. And then it's like a weird little car chase, but not a long car chase, just on their property, if I recall. But I loved how clearly smart he is.
I need to lay out the setup because the farmers are going under until Ben Affleck convinces them to lie about a home office deduction.
That's going to keep them above water.
Susan, this farm's been in our family for 10 generations. Well, Susan, there's nothing we can do if we can't come up with $172 to could keep the farm. I don't know.
This is a movie for morons.
Yeah, I remember
So
that. Like,
grateful they let him do target practice on their farm, and then he just happens to be around when they try to assassinate them.
See, that's just
that
bad
is, I'm so fucking glad you remembered that setup, Woody, because I remember watching it and being like, I'm no tax genius, but I have a home office and it's not saving me enough to buy a 25-acre fucking beet farm or whatever the hell these people are doing there. And they're like looking at him like it's framed as though it's written as though a first-year writer who just paid their taxes for the first time wrote it, and it's framed as though like he's really dancing with the tax IRS devil by giving him this tip where he's like, ma'am, you make a bunch of chintzy bullshit at your house that you sell sometimes? And she's like, well, yeah. And he's like, and what do you use to get the dollar store ribbons to make your nonsense? And she's like, well, I use the car. And he's like, do we now? And where do you do this? And he's like, on the kitchen table mostly. And he's like, would you call this an office? And she's like, never, not in a million years would I. And then the husband's like, you dumb bitch, you say yes.
And
then
like,
they're like
how
arguing over the square
of your
footage.
house is the kitchen? And she's like, maybe 15%. And he goes, like, maybe 25%.
What was the tax rate that they were paying on every square foot of their farmhouse?
I can't make sense of it.
This is just the laziest.
The problem is, like,
thing.
there is an answer for, like, he could have there's a lot of like government grants, state, federal, for farmers. Like, if you know what you're doing, if you have a good representative, you can go and apply for those things, and all of a sudden they'll pick up 75% of a huge cost. Like, if you need a well. It's like, for some reason there are federal grants to help you drill your well, and it's a really good deal. Like, you're dumb not to. Well, I didn't need a well, but they're giving them away down at the well place. It's
Farmers
like,
are socialists who hate socialism.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they do feed us all.
Especially the
I didn't say they didn't
soybeans
feed
ones.
us. I said they were socialists. Who
I
hate
saw a video the other day,
In
and
the
I was
ones.
like, Woody would not approve of this bullshit. It was in Ukraine, and I think
Okay.
they were driving like some dead Ukrainian soldiers, like caskets, through town or something, and everybody on the sidewalks got on their knees. Everybody on the sidewalks got on their knees and knelt as the coffins moved past. Now, in their situation, I can kind of get on board with that. Like they died like 30 miles over that way fighting for us.
In
you know
combat,
what I mean?
to save your country, to save you, show some respect.
Yeah.
Like, I get that. It's
But I don't know. I wouldn't be kneeling in the streets of Atlanta if some soldiers' caskets went.
What would you do?
Sorry.
Would you like give them finger guns, like some sign of respect?
They've had enough of that. I'd probably just nod, or I could even see taking my hat off or something. But I'm not getting on my fucking knees, bro.
Even if you die in combat, like protecting some oil well, it's just the idea that every helicopter repairman in the army is a hero for the rest of his life. Come on.
They better have been good. They better have been a Ben Affleck accountant style repair. And that's really what the accountant was. It was like he's the most incredible accountant there's ever been. And it's like, I fucking doubt it. Like, I bet there's fucking 15 guys at the big 4 firms or whatever that can do exactly what this guy does, but who isn't rude to every single person every step of the way. When Katie Mara or whatever is like, hey, do you want to have lunch and discuss findings? And he's like, no, I don't like you. Okay, well,
that's what I liked about him. He says what I want to.
I want to watch a movie about called The Accountant, but it's this guy.
Little Jonah Hill and Wolf of Wall Street.
Yeah,
dude, he rocks. I like Jonah Hill as an actor and pretty much everything he's in. That's 21 Jump Street
is good.
21 Jump Street is hilarious.
It's so much better than it has any right to be.
Yeah, that's true. That it's rare that like I watch it, and granted, it's been many years since I've seen it, but it was one of those movies where like a friend put it on, just like a background whatever movie, and I was like actually like out loud laughing for much of it. Pretty
good along those same lines. The Other Guys with Will Ferrell.
Yeah, that is funny.
a little exhausted of Will Ferrell, but YouTube has been feeding me other guys' clips, like, called him Big Tuna, and suddenly he outlines this story where the tunas kill the bears or something like that. I don't know.
Oh, I love it.
Yeah, I love his hot fucking wife that he's always like, he's like, babe, you're embarrassing me in front of my friend, as she's like bringing out a home cooked meal with her giant ass fucking tits.
I'm just wondering, why would my wife feed me a stewed dog's asshole? Why would you do such a thing? That movie's full of, and I bet there's no way someone wrote that shit on paper. I gotta believe it's just Will Ferrell just ad-libbing and coming up with a lot of it, because like the whole Gator story is so good. He's like, sometimes I just some walking around money, and I want to buy some shoes, and I want to go to the people, and I want to say, Gator don't play no shit. You feel me? You feel me? Ain't never been about that. Ain't never been about playing no shit. And his wife is like, she's like, she's cowering because she's afraid of Gator the pimp. Like that whole story is good. The whole lion and the tuna thing, where he's like, now we got a taste for lion. All right, we got me and my school. We're coming for you.
He built this scenario with the tuna, make like reverse scuba gear.
Well, you lose that fight. You lose that fight 10 out of 10. Is that the movie, the Dirty Mike and the boys fucking in a Prius?
Yeah. They call it a soup kitchen.
That's good. Yeah, that's a very underrated movie. That maybe. Wait, is the other guys also the one where The Rock in the beginning is like, aim for the bushes?
Yeah,
they both killed themselves.
Sam Jackson. Yeah. Him and Sam Jackson jump off like a 12-story building onto asphalt.
That's the last. I think that's the last Will Ferrell movie as far as like date made that I've seen. I have no idea what that guy's been up to in the past. What is it? 15 years.
I'm not a Will Ferrell fan, but that Elf movie. That snowball fight makes me cry every time.
Yeah.
I watch
Elf rocks.
Elf is a classic Christmas movie. It's on the Mount Rushmore of Christmas movies for a lot of people. It's their go-to. He's made a bunch of really good stuff, and I like him when he's like plays a serious character too. He can be kind of scary, and when he's serious, he's a big guy. Done serious? I remember there was one movie where he like had his life was being narrated in his head. And he was going insane through that. It was like there was a narrator. Like John did not care for the voice in his head. It troubled him. He's like, "Stop!" He walked over to the kitchen and poured himself a glass. Oh, fucking. He's like losing his mind over that. That one was pretty good. But I can't think of any where he's been like a creepy. You know what he would be good at? That movie and that TV show Creep. About that incredibly awkward man. Like the setup is always the same. This incredibly awkward man has hired a filmographer, videographer to come and like document him. And he's always got a good excuse. He's like, when my dad passed, we didn't have anything to remember him by. And I have cancer. I've got 8 good months left. And then we don't even know after that. I want to live this living memory, this record for my boys and my family. I want to tell them how it is. And I want them to be able to get one of these videos for every year of their life. When they turn 18, when they get their driver's license, when they graduate college, I want them to be a little bit of dad there in those moments. And they're like, of course, sir. But then he gets weird because we're off in a cabin in the middle of nowhere. He's paid us extra money to make the drive because he's sick or whatever. And it quickly becomes clear this man is a serial killer who wants to document him making the person feel awkward and then murdering them. He's making kill videos. He just paid you to film your own like death is what his gig is.
Crazy.
And you watched both of those movies, didn't you?
The movies and the TV show. There's a whole TV show where every episode is another Porville like film student being murdered. One chick gets her, there's one where like the chick gets naked. I was like, she's gonna get naked. She got naked. I liked her. She was
that was the second movie. The first movie is the best of them, but he's a very creepy guy.
What does he call it when he takes a bath? It's something.
Oh, it's like he's like, I just wanted my son to tubby time.
It's just really.
That was awkward. So unsettling.
It's incredibly awkward and unsettling. On the same lines, I saw the preview for a movie that I won't watch because the previews were so unsettling and upsetting. And like the reviews say, upsetting, unsettling, awkward as fuck. It's called Good Boy. and it's about this woman who meets like the man of her dreams. Dude has his life together. He's Prince Charming for all intents and purposes. He's got money. He's got looks. He's young. He's well spoken. Like everything, except he has a guy who lives at his house in a dog suit, and we treat him as a dog and pet him. And just watching the preview, I was so creeped the fuck out because the dog suit, it is not a furry suit. It is more like a monster suit or something. It is incredibly upsetting to look at. Zach, if you can find a picture from Good Boy, like the picture of the man in the dog suit, and just the preview for that movie upset me. And I was like, well, we're not watching that one. But if anybody out there is into that sort of thing, Good Boy is clearly.
Why wouldn't you watch it? You like that unsettling thing.
It's too much.
I do too.
I could tell that was going to be too much for me. I don't need that in my memory banks. You know, so some movies I've watched and I'm like, I wish we could delete that one. And I feel like this. Oh yeah.
Ugh. I hate that.
Yep, don't like that.
And you have to go along with it. You have to pet him too.
That's what was. I just watched the preview and it might look a little even almost funny, but it is played incredibly serious and straight, and it's upsetting. Ooh.
Yeah, I like that. I think it's kind of cool. He kisses. Okay.
Well, here, I'll add it to the Plex. I'm sure this will be a great movie night with Jackie.
Yeah, well.
It's like, hey, honey, I know you wanted a new dog. Let me show you a film I found.
Yeah.
Jesus. Yeah,
is there any movement on the dog front for you guys? Or are you playing it slow?
Playing it slow. I think Jackie wanted a dog a few weeks ago, and I was like, I don't think I'm down. And she hasn't mentioned it since. We are watching my daughter's dog, Cedar, and he's sweet, but he just needs nonstop attention. We watch him 3 days a week while she's at work, and if you're not like actively holding him, he barks, and if you are actively holding him, he bites.
Oh, that's a terrible combo, Woody. Did she not train him at all?
I mean, he bites less now. He's such a handsome dog. He's like a small lab. He's a mix, but he looks like a chocolate lab, but a little bit smaller. And he's really, really sweet. And he's super loving and energetic. And he smells good for some reason. But the attention that he prefers is next level. So
that can be grating.
When are you going to get a dog, Taylor?
I don't know. Probably not in tornado season. Get sucked up out there.
Oh yeah, good point. Good point.
Good point.
Wait till the sky's clear.
I'll go through. When the sky's clear, I'll look. I don't know. I'll go through phases similar to a lot of people where I'm like, man, a dog would be awesome. And then the next week I'll be like, I'm kind of glad I don't have a dog right now. Like that would be a little annoying. But at some point I will, because I do love the little critters. They're great. But I don't think now's the time. Although I don't know.
In St. Louis.
So I'm about to start hopefully doing some home renovation stuff. And I had like adding a egress window and like basement and bedroom bathroom combo, and maybe finish out the gym, maybe leave that unfinished, the gym portion of my basement. And I had a guy out today.
What's an egress window?
It's like it's a window that you can escape from in the event of a fire. So like before they'll let you count a basement, bedroom, and like bathroom towards, or like finished area towards your square footage, at least here, it's like there has to be a way out of the house other than the stairs. And so you have to add an egress window where like there's that little kind of culvert thing cut out where you could like put a little ladder there. I think even legally there has to be like a little step stool near it so you can pop, get out of there in case a fire started. And that's going to be a fucking expensive ordeal because it's like foundation work. Yeah, except I wouldn't have it be ugly as shit like that. That looks terrible.
This
exposed
looks
metal.
Dude, this is a horror movie.
That looks awful.
Just Photoshop a woman in there.
Damn it, Zach. You're terrible.
Yeah, I hate that too.
Zach's like, that's my house.
Yeah, those I don't like these. I would spring to get a nicer looking one with bricks or something,
what are we escaping from? My God,
this is a step up.
Yeah, that one's definitely a step up.
The house is burning down above you.
So you can't. If I were to sell the house, I could not count that as a bedroom or as square footage, the finished basement area, because there's the only way out of my house is the stairs. There has to be an egress addition to the stairs, in addition to the stairs, for me to count it. And if I'm going to go through it, I'll pay the extra however many thousand to do the egress thing. But I had a guy come over today, a guy who, you know, someone I'm close to said this guy does good work. And he came over and we went in my basement, and I was like, so I want to add like a bedroom here. And, you know, I don't want a little bathroom, like a half bath. I want a full bath, and I don't want a shitty shower. I want the full size shower. And then, you know, can you make, you know, I'd rather move my upstairs office into the basement if I could, just to free up another bedroom up here for space. And so, you know, if you could build that bedroom extra large, because I won't need this, you know, until I have like multiple kids in the future or some shit. So I could use it as an office in the meantime. And this area, I'd like, you know, potentially do like rolled rubber floor matting, like finish up the walls, make it a smaller gym area with drywall and ceiling and can lighting, whatever. And he was like, okay, yeah. Well, and he didn't put anything into his iPad. He wasn't adding up things. He was like, have you gotten any, what's your budget? And I'm like, what, you think I'm retarded? Like, I was like, I don't know. I'm still in the fact finding phase of this. Like, I'm not going to give him a number. And he's like, I can tell you it's going to be minimum $100,000 to do what you want to do. And I was like, that was when I pivoted to like, I'll be polite the remainder of this, but I'm not like $100,000. Like, I've looked online enough of people doing stuff like this in my area to know it's expensive. If he would have said 50, if he would have said 60 even, I would have been like, that's not that far off from stuff I'm seeing of similar projects I'd like done. You know,
sure, if you want to get buried alive.
About it. If you want to be buried alive, you want to die, brother, but not me. And they said $100,000. And then I was like, and he was like, and what are the other projects you wanted? I'm like, well, I wanted my flooring in my dining room and my kitchen torn out, and I wanted this new flooring put in, and then I want both of my bathrooms renovated because I want to move the shower here to a larger area, remove this tub, demo, and all this and that. And he's like, yeah, all this together, if we were to do it, bare minimum, I can tell you right now, $200,000. And I was like, okay, yeah, you email me. Yeah, I was like, it's like the whole point of this is to make the house nicer, more like comfortable, like quality of life stuff, and also so I get the money back when I sell it eventually. Like,
right?
You think I'm gonna
raise the value of your house?
100%. Yeah, it's not gonna raise the value of my house $250,000, like, because you know that's his like bare minimum thing. And it was like, and I talked to the person that recommended me. Because he wanted me to keep him in touch, and I was like, I got a quote from your guy, and he's like, oh yeah, what do you say? He's pretty good. I'm like, minimum $200,000, and he was like, are you serious? Oh, we work together sometimes. I had no, man, I'm charging peanuts for what I do compared to this guy. And so I was like, okay, yeah, I need to do a little more hunting and fact finding. But that was like, it was so absurdly overpriced. It like took me aback. It took everything to not be rude and be like, get out of my house, please. Like, do you think I'm retarded? Do you think I'm a fucking retarded person?
The Midwest thing. You said, well.
I would go, oh, nah, I got the is Midwest thing. We'd go, oh, look at the time. And then you'd guide him out of there, and then I'd say, we'll be in touch, never to speak again. Yeah, that pissed me off. It's like, God, you've wasted my time and yours. Should have kept him here longer, spitefully. Like, that was too
I should have baked him a pie, and we should have had coffee.
No,
and
I like where
really
Taylor's
ticked him off.
I got an unsolicited
here,
call where they tried to tell me something on the phone, and I was like, oh, yeah, that's dude, I'm interested. Hold on a second. And then I put the phone in a drawer and started watching TV.
See, that's good. That's some New Jersey etiquette that I need to learn as a Midwesterner. Because my version of rude is like, I didn't even offer him a second spindrift for the road. I didn't even give him a drink as I said goodbye. Like, yeah, that was annoying as hell. $200,000. So what the fuck? Are you doing what those attic guys did, where you just go around all day and you're like, we just need one. We just need one guy to agree to this. Yeah.
Dude, it's got to be getting more expensive, though, with all of the illegals getting scooped up off the work sites.
Well, most
And-
of the stuff I'm
and
looking
the
at is
terror.
like I'm being very careful to only look at price examples from like within the last 3 to 6 months. And there's a lot of them because there's a lot of home renovation stuff. And so like the price comps I'm seeing online are in my area, and it's posted like fucking like March 3rd, 2025. Like, and so it's not old. It's not like I'm looking at like, hey, this guy in 2018 did it for this. Like, it's new. So this guy 100% was trying to take me for a fucking ride. And it's like, brother, $200,000 of renovations. Like, why would I want to lose money on my house? That's retarded. Anyway,
Yeah, I saw them in
don't like these
Tallahassee. I saw them in Tallahassee. ICE was like taking all the workers off of a work site. They're all got like hard hats and high vis on, and they're like got their knee in their back, locking them up. It's like just everybody off the work site was gone. I can't imagine that's what most people thought was going to be the priority with the immigration process.
illegals.
Illegals on work sites with hard hats.
Tales of like illegals who were performing more crimes that were like pulling the country down, not necessarily renovating bathrooms.
We were hoping we'd keep the taco trucks and the work crews, and we'd lose the MS-13.
No, I want all the illegals gone.
I like taco trucks. Not a
Oh, man,
taco truck
like
in space.
MS-13.
Maybe someday though. Yeah, you guys the same question. Like, guys, maybe someday we could invent something. It could even be a book where you put recipes in, and then you could make things from the book without having been there.
I want muy authentico tacos from a truck. I want an El Salvadorian in there cooking me up some food.
With his head on a swivel. Because he knows.
Yeah, you shake him down. I don't know. Those tacos weren't so good. I might have to call ICE. Oh, free.
It's not 2 for 1 here.
Actually, I'm a little low myself. You got a few bucks? This will do for today. I'll see you tomorrow. You start shaking those guys down. Hope that's not happening. No,
I do like a nice taco. Haven't had tacos for a while.
It's kind of a bad look though when they're dragging them off the work sites. I think a lot of people weren't thinking that was going to happen, at least this early in the process. But then I also see like a lot of, I don't know, fake upsetness when I've seen a lot of ICE raids where like everybody in the community is out in the street screaming like bloody murder, and that's not making things better. It's like. I don't know. We've got 3.5 more years of this though, so I'm sure they'll get it sorted out. I heard Trump say he wanted 3,000.
Were fake? I think I didn't.
No, it was like real outrage, but it was like the whole neighborhood was melting down because one person was being taken, and it's always like they took her even though she has a child. And equal opportunity deporter here, you know. And then I keep hearing about children getting deported, and every time I look into it, it's like, well, yeah, their mom has custody of them. She took the child with her. We didn't deport the kid. The kid is with her mom, who has custody of the kid. Y'all didn't want to separate them. Remember, that's one of my favorite Tom Holman quotes. You're like, what do you do when there's a kid? Well, we could just deport them all. Could deport the kids too. How about that? Every time I see him and Steven Miller in particular, I get some evil vibes. Like they're not just. They're happy to be doing what they're doing, and they're glad that you don't like it, and they're going to rub it in a little bit. There's no like.
You want a guy who loves his job.
It's like,
that's why, like, who was better? Who was better to have in charge of where we start wars at some point in the? I mean, obviously, a lot of people are in that, but like
Congress.
John Bolton. John Bolton loves war. You walk up to him in a bar and you go, "What's your favorite war?" You sit back and listen. Because he's going to give you 5 hours of tales. And a lot of it's going to be like, and I wanted to start a boots on the ground war with Iran, but they wouldn't let me. And it's like, oh man, maybe someday, John. Maybe someday. That guy's such a fucking scumbag.
I mean, you know, we're still, you know, I was reading today, Israel has universal health care. Israel has free college
that hurts
education.
Me a little bit, right? Like, if we're helping a country that's poor and they're starving, like I kind of get it. But when we're helping countries that have better care than we do, Israel should give us money. They're the ones with health care.
I don't think that's going to happen.
When I saw that,
I agree.
Their people get free college education and free health care, and yet we send them all this money. And I mean, they're putting it to good use. Don't get me wrong, dude. I keep seeing videos of like a random person walking down the street, and then they get hit with a missile.
They're not even different versions of good use.
Well, it depends. You know, the comment section claimed that person was carrying aid. And it's like, I don't know, he had a sack, and I noticed that after he blew up, the sack blew up a couple more times. That's a little weird. Yes, it was full of explosive flour or something. But what's wild is I've seen multiple videos like that where it's just like one person walking down a street of rubble. It looks like something from a post-apocalyptic movie. It's incredible the level of destruction that's been wrought.
It's crazy.
He's walking down a dirt road between the rubble piles, and they hit him with a missile. Like from a drone or a plane, I don't know, but it's a top down, like, zoom, and he turns into a giant black cloud of death. It's like, how much did that cost?
Nothing for them.
I thought those people were frugal.
It's free for them. It's like, Can you imagine how you'd behave at Dave and Buster's if you got an infinite swipe card? Oh my God, bada bing, bada boom, I'm paying for people's stuff. I'm playing stupid ass games where I just am missing the button every time, but it doesn't matter. It's all house money. That's what they're doing over there. Launch a rocket. How much does it cost? 0 for us. Hit him. What's that guy doing? He has fucking combat eggs. He's carrying combat eggs back to that dangerous one-footed child.
And then I saw that Greta Thurnberg, that little annoying climate change girl, she's like sailing to Palestine to bring them aid in a sailboat. Yeah,
dude,
I'm sure it's got a motor
too, but
there's sails.
Ass to be so green that you have to sail everywhere. What did I get myself into on the rowboat?
Eve!
And I saw that
a bunch of Vikings on a longboat getting you into town.
And the actor who was the dude from Game of Thrones that got all his fingers chopped off.
The Onion Knight.
The Onion Knight, yeah. He's on the boat with her. Because why not? Yeah. All right, we're trying to draw attention to this. We got Greta Thunberg. Isn't she the climate change girl? Yeah, but that shit don't play. She's a Palestine girl now. And then who else do we got? We got the Onion Knight.
The Onion Knight.
You're gonna smuggle into the bait.
What year is it? Yeah, that's relevant. We'll get the Onion Knight over there.
Did they get him to
what the Israelis cut off?
Yeah, I think he was a smuggler. Oh, damn. Okay, that makes sense. I like the connection now. He's smuggling in fucking Band-Aid. And he's like, there isn't much aid. As you can see, we came on a rowboat. I insisted we get one of those real gas boats, but this dumb bitch wouldn't let us. And she's kind of the deciding factor.
He's got 2 tons of rotten onions, and the Israelis end up chopping his fingers off for just because they're fans of the show. You know, they don't want to miss a joke. I think Lindsey Graham tweeted something like, the Israelis have the opportunity to do the funniest thing ever now. And the idea was like sinking their boat.
Murder a Swedish kid?
Yeah. Yeah.
Is that what she is? Swedish?
I'm guessing. Probably something like that.
Fine.
German maybe? I don't know.
Got that square face.
Greta Thunberg.
I'm going to say Norwegian. I'm going to look it up.
It's one of those countries where you're allowed
Sweden.
All right. I hear Greta, I think Sweden or fucking German.
Thurnberg.
Pretty close.
That sounded German to me, but I don't know why, I guess.
Yeah. But yeah, so when do they arrive with their casks of ale and salted meats?
The wind, it depends on the winds. They're hopeful but in a few fortnights, they'll
Alas, the gods are angry. They're being tossed about in the Mediterranean.
Did you know,
they sacrifice her to the waves.
She sailed back home with Sailing the Vagabond. Did you guys know that?
No.
Oh yeah.
That's more of a vacation sail.
Congress or something, and then Sailing the Vagabond took her back to Europe.
Oh crikey! This speech won't shut the fuck up about something to do with coal. Tell her I don't care. I'm on the ice.
I remember Riley came on our show and he's like, "Why can't you throw a toaster at the bottom of the ocean?" And is he right?
I think so. It creates a little ecosystem, probably. A very big crab is happy to see it.
Why is it worse to throw a toaster in the bottom of the ocean than a landfill?
I have no idea. It's
I
not. I
can
mean,
think of no
unless it's like a
issues.
million toasters, it's not going to do anything.
Well,
And even then, we could
they
spread
got
them out.
toaster reef down there.
Yeah, I have seen that. You can throw a bunch of certain kinds of trash, and then they just
Concrete
build a
blocks,
reef
they
around
like-
it.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
construction blocks. Obviously, like I've seen them do
Oh,
that.
that's not even really trash. Then that's just concrete, right?
Yeah, I think we should throw more things into the sea. I see no issue with toasters. We should probably recycle those, eh?
You know, we could throw a lot more stuff into the sea if like the Philippines and Indonesia weren't taking up all the trash in the sea budget for the entire planet. I saw like a graph, and it's like in my head I thought it was like obviously China, Bangladesh, India, Pakistan, they're not, you know, they're doing more than their fair share, but like Philippines was insane. That's an archipelago nation, and I guess you just throw garbage directly into the sea. It's like it's trash day, heave it into the ocean, and that's the plan.
They used to do that. That was how they got rid of their trash.
That's
It's
so
what I would go
gross.
surfing in. I've talked about it.
Yeah, that sucks. Like, don't litter. Don't be a litter bug.
Oh, litter.
Yeah, don't litter. Littering is so easy to avoid,
They
and you
have no
don't need to do it.
concept of being a litter bug. They're just trying to survive down there in their third world archipelago nation.
Yeah, well, there's like 140 million people there, and they're all littering like it's a contest.
That's why I don't want to. That's why I hate the hypocrisy, the idea that we should be doing anything. What is it like? I get maybe don't pour motor oil directly into the street,
Mhm.
but the paper straw bullshit, all the restrictions on cars, the idea that the California had for getting rid of the motor vehicle by 2035, like everything going EV. They're in a lawsuit with the feds right now over there. They're like, no, you can't. You can't say your state doesn't have motor vehicles in 10 years
Yeah.
or whatever, you know?
Meanwhile, in like Sudan or something, there's like a tire fire the size of Delaware. It has like lore around it. I don't know exactly. You've heard of this, and I don't know where it is.
There's multiple fires that have been burning generationally. There is I think maybe in Pennsylvania somewhere, there's a crack in the ground where there was coal under there, and it's been burning like eternally for decades and decades. There's a tire fire, like you said, somewhere that I've seen that's been burning forever, for tens of years or some shit.
Tires don't take that long. Are they continually
It's
adding
an
more
ocean
tires?
of them. There's so many. When you see those tire fields, it's like something from a sci-fi movie. If you look at the
Fire
bicycle
never goes
grade-
out. Well, you're adding more tires, Woody. Oh yeah.
There are these bicycle graveyards in China that it looks like you can't imagine. It's just as far as the eye can see, like in a cartoon or something. It's just old bicycles and old cars. It's crazy, the amount of litter and trash and pollution. So I just don't want to hear it if my car has a V8 or if I don't burn the exact kind of fuel that you want. I don't want to. Emissions are nonsense for us. Like you're going to have to, when that gigantic portion of the global pollution is over there, I don't care about our 4% or whatever it is.
Yeah.
We're doing
a
America's just
decent
4% of emissions.
Oh, that's just a made up number. I know per capita we're the number one polluters. Like we get it done, but still, it's the
And we're probably
rivers of trash.
Top 5 biggest populations. Does that sound
We-
right? And obviously India's
Yeah.
1, China's 2.
In
But after that, Indonesia is bigger than America.
No, we're 3.
We're 3.
We're
Yeah.
3.
It would be right. Am I not 3? Wouldn't it be India, China, the United States, and then probably like Pakistan.
Indonesia's behind us. Yeah, they've got 285. We got 347.
Oh, Indonesia must be 4 then. We have.
What did you say we had?
We have 347. Indonesia's 285
Okay.
millions.
That's closer than I expected.
That's a good bit. We talking about the like trash burning and everything. There's something in the St. Louis area called the Westlake landfill, and it's an active, like mostly underground fire that's been active for years and years and years. And the reason, like, I guess the EPA is a little worried about it from time to time is that it's on the same site where in the 70s they illegally dumped a bunch of radioactive waste. And so, like, I guess intermittently they come take a look and are like, the risk of nuclear problems is low to moderate. And then they go away. And sometimes if you're out in that area, like, it doesn't smell great. It's a ways from where I live, but it's like still technically St. Louis. So yeah, they just have a big fucking fire raging in a landfill, which can't be good for you. Yeah,
Look at the
Westlake
bicycle
landfill.
graveyard.
It's prettier
Bridgeton
than I
landfill.
expected.
Well, it's underground. I don't know how the fire is just burning like that underground.
No, the bicycle graveyard is prettier than I expected. Kyle put a link in there. I'm looking at it, and you're telling me it's underground, and I'm trying to reconcile this clearly above ground bicycle dumping site.
What sort of lighting do they have in this place? The amount of lumens required to light this up from a high ceilinged underground bunker. Yeah. Yeah, all those litter bugs in the 70s in the Westlake landfill. So that sucks. Oh, overall, as far as litter is concerned, I feel like the whole Western world has a pretty good handle on it.
Dude,
like if someone litters around me, it's like, pick your fucking shit up, dude. Like, what are you doing?
Look at this and tell me that we should make sure our cars get their emissions done every year. Like tell me it matters. And 1 iota when this is happening. Like what are we talking about? It's just if you want to see the video, it's Kuwait City. All you need to know about the blazing fire at the world's largest tire graveyard. It's an ocean of burning tires.
Oh, it's as far as the eye can see.
It's as far as the eye can see.
Oh, well, how does Kuwait take care of this?
I'm sure they're on top
burn
of
out.
it.
I mean, well, they'll burn out eventually, and then they'll sap up all the molten oil, and that seems like a responsible tire yard where they won't all burn one after the other.
This was 4 years
like
ago.
AI.
Maybe it's finished now.
They didn't stop adding tires, Woody.
Oh, well, they're not. Oh,
I don't think they're trying as hard as they can to put this fire out.
no.
Tires.
That's so, and rubber, like, that's one of those things that isn't great to burn even more than regular trash.
So I don't think that's not natural rubber. I think that's synthetic rubber that's made from petrochemicals is how we get tires. I think we use oil to make tires because real rubber comes from a rubber tree in South America.
The fire's out. It's
Good.
no longer burning.
Glad they got their shit together. The tire crisis has been ongoing for over 30 years.
Jesus Christ.
30 years. When was this written? 4 years ago? So maybe they put it out very recently. 7 million fires were engulfed in flames. Obviously, they meant to write tires there. Now I'm questioning the entire article on cleanindustries.biz.
Dude, can I read this to you? It sounds like bullshit to me. The tires were subjected to a process called pyrolysis, in which materials are thermochemically treated by heating them to 450 degrees Celsius. You mean you burnt them, right?
Yeah.
In this process, the rubber in the tires was completely transformed into gas. Yeah, I see it going into the sky. Like, you're really kind of pulling the wool.
Dude, the PR guy leaning back, cracking his knuckles. Another day as the Kuwaiti tire PR guru. He found an efficient way to transform all of this solid into gaseous material via something known as transthermic energy transfer. It's like, okay.
Yeah, the whole thing's nonsense. The whole pollution thing, the global warming thing, I don't want to hear it. Like, it's not going to stop. We can't stop it. Don't recycle. Don't. Why? Why bother?
Recycling comes out as a scam more and more every year.
It's not real. Recycling's not even real. It's a made-up thing. They created a symbol to look like what a recycling symbol looks like. That's what's on bottles and jugs. There's no real recycling. And except for very rare cases. Glass gets recycled. Rare earth metals get recycled. Aluminum probably. I don't even know if aluminum.
Period of time where recycling plastics was profitable, and they did it. And that period of time has come and gone, and I think they just throw it out now, put it in the landfill. It's like I separate my recyclables because they tell me to. But there's only one trash truck coming around. Like, unless you're separating them too, which I have my suspicions they're not.
They're not. It's crazy. It's a big like public relations scam of some kind. I bet there are people who pay more to recycle, and then they just dump it all in the same big hole outside of town. right? That's where it's going. We should just start like I grew up and we always had a burn pile where, I mean, we had trash service, but a lot of stuff got burned. Not only because I like starting fires. 13-year-old me was a firebug. So the opportunity to burn the trash, it was like, yeah, I'll take the trash out. Can I separate all the cardboard and the burnables and the spray paint? Can I have all the spray paint? I love starting those fires.
Yeah.
I never had a fire get out of hand, ever. I never had like an oh shit, I fucked up moment. Obviously, when we were
at your dad's house.
Yeah, but you did that.
yeah, that wasn't you.
Yeah, that was you did that. But I've never had one that I was like solely responsible for. Certainly not one that wasn't like that was a professional fire. We were working. That was a little different. But Scott did one time. I remember like we stole these chemicals from this factory and we just poured them in the road and set them alight, and they were almost impossible to get put out. And so the cars had to stop because there was a fire across the road, and his dad was outside screaming at us, and his dad starts trying to put it out, but he can't put it out either. And that's making him mad because now cars are blowing their horns. Oh, he beat the shit out of Scott.
How old was Scott?
14. Probably 13, 14, something like that. Yeah.
I could take a 13-year-old.
Yeah, I think I could take most 13-year-olds.
Yeah.
Girls, all the girls.
Yeah, all the girls.
Speaking of girl fights, all right. So this weekend, Kayla Harrison is fighting Juliana Pena at 135. Okay. Kayla's the enormous, jacked, blonde girl who looks like she's clearly on steroids. I saw a picture of her next to Marab. Marab's taking on Sean O'Malley for their rematch. He beat him last time, so they're going for the 135 strap. I saw them together. Kayla's bigger.
Yeah.
They both fight at 135, and Kayla is like a head above his shoulders bigger than Marab is. She is such a goddamn monster. We're going to find out at some point that she's been cheating this whole time. I can't believe that she's not on something. She's got to be on something. She's impossibly big.
She's super strong. I don't know. Is that this weekend on Saturday?
Yeah.
Maybe we'll check that one out.
I saw her on the like Natty or Juice subreddit. That's a picture of her just looking way too fucking big to be real.
Jesus Christ, Zach, can you show that picture? Oh man, what weight is that? 135?
135.
Does she really look like that?
Yeah.
Or is that like...
I saw a picture on her Instagram, and it's a shot from behind. And so you see the back of her arm and how it connects to her back. It looks like a man. It looked like a man's musculature. It was so big and ripped and scary. I'd like to know her weights. I'd like to know her lifts because she's impressive.
I know she's wearing a sports bra type thing, but she looked like a man from the neck down in that picture. Can you bring it back, Zach? Like, Taylor, look at this picture that's about to return. Neck down. I know sports bra, but that's a guy's physique. Like even the core strength, the arms, the traps.
I agree. Yeah. The bicep vascularity, the capped delts.
Right? The capped delts are a giveaway to the steroid usage. Capped delts, by the way, means they kind of stick out extra. They're bulbous.
Looks like that's a show bra. Like it's technically required that she wear that. Like she's replaced all breast tissue with pectoral muscle.
Now, I know that sports bras can make people with medium boobs look like they have none. Obviously, you can't hide human heads in there, but so I'm guessing that if she had no bra on, it'd be more than 0, but not a lot more.
I'm looking at lots of photos of her. Like her whole career, she's essentially looked like this. There's no like time when she didn't look like this. Like more or less. There hasn't been some big leap forward. She's just enormous. She is so big.
I don't see how she loses. I know you can't pick the winner by looking at pictures of them.
Yeah, you can.
Bro.
Yeah, you can tell right here. She's gonna win. The other chick, Juliana Pena. We'll see. I'm gonna watch that fight. I'm more into that fight than I am the Marab and Sean O'Malley fight. I got money on that one already. Sean's gonna get whooped again. Kayla's gonna win her fight. Maybe I'll see if I can do a what do you call it when you bet on all the fights together?
Parlay?
Parlay. If I can see if I do a parlay over on ACR.
You're allowed to do that in Georgia?
Not in Georgia, but the website's in the Bahamas. So,
what other bets would you do? There's her, there's Marab, and just two.
Let me see what the UFC card looks. It's not a good card. I remember thinking that like the UFC doesn't do good cards anymore. Like I feel like this card that's headlined by O'Malley and Marab, and then followed by Kayla and Pena. Those two should be slid down 2 fucking spots, and I should have 2 better fights than either of those at the top. So it's like Kevin Gastelum is fighting. Like, is he even going to make weight? Fighting fighting a guy I don't know. And
I can't believe he's only 33. People. I feel like I've been watching him for 15 years now.
Agreed. And then people that I don't know. I don't know who Mario Bautista is. He's fighting Patchy Mix. Don't know him either. Vincente Luque. Okay, the number 14th ranked fighter is fighting Kevin Holland, who for some reason is still in the UFC.
He's only 32. He's another one who's been around for like 15 years.
Yeah, it's just I wouldn't pay for a card like this, and I won't. They're gonna have to put on better cards if they ever want a pay-per-view purchase out of me again, or like shift to a new format like we were talking about last week, where Netflix is footing the bill and we just get the things for free. I'll pay for Netflix, but I'm not giving you $80 for a card like that. That's lame. I'll watch though.
Well, that sucks. Sorry, your guys' favorite sport is coming up short, delivering boring stuff.
It is.
But you know what never comes up short? Lock and load, folks. You get what you pay for. The highest quality load supplement available. GorillaMind.com. Lock and load. Code PKA. Code Jizz. 10% off. I'm not going to shake the pills in case that's coming through. Didn't mean to do that. It's the premium product, folks. There's a lot of fakers out there. There's a lot of nonsense. You see some of those ads, or you see memes where people will be like, "Oh, you need to take this other product," and it's like, "Oh, really? I need to take one, pill the size of a grain of rice once daily? Really? You think that has anything efficacious in it? No, that's nonsense. That's bullshit. Your loads aren't going to get nearly as big off of that nonsense as they will with 6 fucking horse pills daily. Do you know why there's 6 horse pills? It's because drugs are supplements have active ingredients, and if you don't fucking fill it up, it's not going to do anything.
You should be praising us it's not 9 anymore.
You should be praising us that it's not 9 anymore, because that was, I will admit, cards on the table, folks. That was a lot of pills.
But 6 is not a lot.
But 6 is a totally normal amount. 6 pills. It's basically 4, which is barely more than 2. It's the math check. There you go. So check it out. Lock and Load. Premium ejaculation decreasing supplement. It is taking the world by storm. If you actually want results and you want to come more and you want your orgasms to feel better, because obviously the best part of coming is when you're fucking coming. You don't have to be a genius for that. Take Lock and Load. And don't pay full price. We're not asking you to pay full price. We're all friends here. Use code PKA. Use code Jizz. You're going to love it. It's going to do exactly what it claims. That's why the reviews are good. And the only thing people are like, this is a little much about is both, I guess, the cum and the amount of pills a day. Sorry about that, guys, but it wouldn't work effectively if we lowered the pills.
Yeah. Imagine not being on this and not having the pearlescence that we do.
So fucking pearlescent.
Fucking peasants.
It's beautiful. You're going to look at your girlfriend's back and go, wow. You're gonna say, babe, you should see this. I'm gonna take a photo so we can enjoy this together. So,
the whole internet should see it.
The whole internet should see it.
Can we make it? I want to make the jisms bioluminesce. That's the next step. If we can make your cummies glow,
we'd get a little maybe some of that sea algae that glows.
We're going to need to be alive, though, and like water activate. Like, what's those little sea people that you can buy? Those little shrimp? Brine shrimp.
Sea monkeys?
Yeah, sea monkeys. We could put, now with
I want whatever's in
Lock and Load.
the dark
now with glowy
jellyfish.
sea monkeys.
That's good. You can make your own jellyfish. I like it. We'll have Derek and his team of scientists run it through the ringer. How about this? We'll run it up the flagpole. We'll see what we hear from the higher ups.
Derek, I can't even see my cum in the dark. Get on it.
But anyway, check it out, guys. Lock and Load, you're gonna love it. And those codes don't just work for Lock and Load. Any workout supplements, whether it's protein, pre-workout, supplements to help you dream more, supplements to help you lose weight, to suppress your appetite a bit. Anything you need, Derek's got. The collagen powders, really high quality stuff over there, and the energy drinks are great. I really like those. I keep meaning to text him and have him send me more of the energy drinks, but I haven't. Maybe I will tonight. But yeah, they're fantastic. And the protein bars. I haven't even got to try the protein bars yet. Pretty much everything else he's sent to us, but I haven't got the bars yet. Did you?
I've had the protein bar. They're all gone now. They're really good. Now they have protein in them, but they're candy bar adjacent. You look at the label on that thing, and it's like he wanted something that tasted good. So if that's rear bullseye, that's what he nailed.
He's good at making stuff taste good. I like the I think it's cherry blackout. It's a black cherry, but there's like a different name for it, and that is by far the best pre-workout flavor. Kyle always said Bombsicle was the best. Bombsicle's fine. I think it tastes good. They all taste good, but the black cherry one, I think, is the winner by far. So check it out. Code PKA, code Jizz. And also, if you're looking for merch, use code PKA10 for that. Get yourself a hat. Get yourself a hoodie. Get yourself a t-shirt. Get yourself a mug, or perhaps stickers that you could stick over all those fucking gay political stickers that people are putting on gas pumps for the past few years. Cover those up with PKA stickers. Regardless of what side of the political aisle you're on. If you like Biden, cover up the Trump. I guess you'd cover up the Biden ones. And then if you
I have it backwards.
Yeah, if you like Trump, you can cover up the Trump ones. And so, everyone's a winner.
PKA stickers will cover any other sticker. We don't the fuck distinguish. We don't
discriminate.
Discriminate. That's what I'm looking for. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah. That's what we hang our hat on with our stickers. They will cover up any other sticker. You got a sticker you want covered up, our sticker can do it. So check it out and use code PKA10 to get 10% off any of that.
If it doesn't cover it, buy more stickers.
If it doesn't cover it, then we already got your money. Looks like you're
Have you been gaming? I thought you took quarter of a gaming break-ish. Am I on target?
Yeah, I haven't really been playing anything in the last couple of weeks. I tried Ready or Not, but I couldn't really get into it. And I guess I'm waiting on. There's a new Darktide DLC coming out at the end of the month. There's an Arbites class they're adding, which is just Judge Dredd in the Warhammer universe.
Darktide is like Vermintide, right? Yeah, that's the. I bought that. How often do you win a run? Like as a percentage?
Well, I haven't been playing it in a while, but almost every time, unless you're playing on you're like pushing your difficulty. Like, so last time I was playing it, I would put it on the hardest difficulty. Your goal is farming like items that let you buy better weapons and upgrade your weapons, and you get more of that the higher the difficulty. So we're just kind of playing in a sweet spot where you can go through that pretty quickly and get that currency. That's what I was doing last time I played it. But on the hardest difficulty, like, you really need a good team, because you probably die if you're not super familiar with it half the time. On Vermintide, we certainly did. On Vermintide, it was a real struggle to beat the game on the hardest difficulty. We probably only did it 6 or 8 times. You'd have to have your best group would need to be there. There couldn't be any slack, and then you still need to get lucky, and things need to go your way. Pretty hard. How's your new game going? Yeah,
I'm getting better at it. What makes you a good Elden Ring player isn't necessarily the same. Night Rain is tapping into one of my biggest weaknesses, which is navigation. It's so 3 people run. It's Elden Ring kind of combined with Fortnite or something, with the shrinking circles. So what you need to do is hit the areas that you expect to go away before the circle shrinks, and you have to map and navigate and do that really efficiently. I'm pretty good at winning fights. Like, that's a thing that I've been doing a lot, but the efficient mapping I could improve on a lot. And by the way, the game hates you. Like, the castles are fucking mazes. You don't know how to get there. I swear I've done complete laps around the castle and be like, how can all four sides have no door? Like, what did I just do wrong? Like, oh, there's an underground tunnel, or that this broken part is actually climbable. That's how you get in. And so you have to quickly get as many kills as you can so that your character levels up, so that by the end you're powerful enough to win. And that taps into one of my weaknesses, like knowing where I am and where to go. So that's the area that I've been working on most. I played maybe 36 hours before my first win. That's a lot of grinding to lose in a row, especially. I don't usually like flex on my gaming skills, but like I play a lot of Souls games. I've been like damn near full time. Game's been out a week. I have like 65 hours in this game already, right? So like you should be competent at things you do that often. Mm-hmm. And to lose all the time was rough. I'm winning more. If I have 60 runs, I may have 8 wins, something like that. And today I did 3 runs. I won once. That's like an amazing percentage by my
How long does a run take?
I call it 40 to 60 minutes. I've had 90.
So that's runs. How much you like build up, and you've got sort of like at risk of your time.
Yeah.
When you get to the.
So if you lose, is it all over? Like you have to restart the entire run again, or
just pretty like much. Your teammates can revive you. So it's like if you get hit once, it's not necessarily all over if your team's on point, but when your team goes down, and it's not uncommon for me to be the last one standing. You know, like I'm revving my teammates. They go down again. I'm like, oh my God, now it takes longer to rev them. I get them up and then they go down a third time and then I go down and it's all over. Like that's a pretty typical scenario when I play with random people. I got mad at the game for some period of time. I didn't rage or be a dick about it or anything, but I'm like, this game hates its players. Like the circle's closing. What was the first game that like Shroud was really good at? Kyle played PUBG. It a lot. PUBG, yeah. Did that have lots of cliffs and stuff to navigate while the circle was closing?
So the circle was random. It was different every single time. Mm-hmm. Occasionally, the circle would be unfair, especially when there were buildings and structures. You might be in the second floor attic, but you're in the circle. So when the circle closes, you've got to get out of the fucking house. Mm-hmm. When the other guy just has to like move out. It could occasionally fuck you over. And
what you're describing sounds like a best case scenario in my game. Oh, are you inside? You're adorable. You know, I'm at the bottom of a 300-foot cliff with no scaling potential
that
nearby.
Too.
Oh, okay, that too.
And that was a risk you take, though. I'm sorry to interrupt, but like you can imagine the scenario. Like they're up there and we're down here. We don't know where the next circle is going to do exactly because it won't be dead center and get smaller again. Right. It'll be offset. And so they might have to come to us or we might have to come to them. There have been scenarios where we're all in a house, like in a Western, and they're the Indians having to run across an open field to us, you know, like that could happen. But what you're talking about sounds much more awful.
I really think the game developers fumbled by not having in-game comms. You know, this game requires so much teamwork. And you know, like if you're a spellcaster and I'm a melee character, I want to tell you, I just picked up a talisman that's good for you and worthless for me. And the game doesn't do a very good job. So I'm sitting there like putting a line on it, jumping upside down, spinning in circles, like hoping to attract your attention. I play mostly with randoms because I like to be able to fire teammates, right? Like if I play with people who are perhaps fans of my live stream, I don't have it in me to be like, you don't have what it takes to play with me. But now I'm obligated to do it for like 4 hours.
Hit up another streamer.
You don't want to be a dick.
Yeah.
You want somebody who's got some skill for something like that for sure. Like those games. And what I mean is like any game that's team based and we're fighting the AI and we want to get to the end to beat this thing. And dead weight sucks if you're actually trying. And you aspire to win this thing.
To be the guy that can carry dead weight really well. And I'm not there yet. But you know, I just want to be that guy, like, oh, you can't beat this guy on my team. Nobody loses. Like that's who I aspire to be. But a lot of that is just mapping well and taking people into enough dangerous but winnable situations. Your character gets better throughout the run. So it's smart to run by this boss. Ignore him for now. Maybe we'll come back. Maybe we'll find another one. But in Elden Ring, if your character's weak and it takes you 20 minutes to beat that guy, that just means you're good. You beat this guy at level 1. In this game, if it takes you 20 minutes to beat even a valuable boss, you're not getting as many runes per second as you should be. You should be taking on guys on your level. And that kind of mapping and like just navigational intelligence is one of my weak spots. So I'm working on it.
I do dislike that. Like when you're in even like a story game and you don't know where to go, and like you open up the quest and it's like, go to Leowin, south of Bravo. There you will meet a man in the Inn of the Winking Skeever. And it's like, I'm fucking here. I've talked to everyone twice. This Argonian lizard bitch is now mad at me because my personality is 28 out of 100. And so when I talk to people, she's going, go away. I don't wish you to be here. And there's one spell in Skyrim and Oblivion that is great in theory, Woody. It's called clairvoyance. And every character starts with it. And the whole point of it is you cast it, and then like a glowing ball of light with a trail on it goes to the next objective.
That sounds like something I'd never get rid of.
I leave it on my spell wheel also, and most of the time it works, but the times you need it most, where you're like, I've been in this dungeon for a long time, and then you cast it and it will like lead you to the final objective or just end at a wall or like a hidden door, and it's like, yeah, I'm looking for the button that opens this. And I did this. Apparently the problem with Skyrim and Oblivion also is they both have the problem of you can get trapped looking for something, not realizing that you are in the middle of a bug. And so like I was in a dungeon being like the final quest of the Thieves Guild, being like, all right, I'm in here. I hit one of the buttons that should open, that should half open these gates that I need to get to this final platform. And then I can shoot the arrow of extradition or whatever towards this. It acts as a key to open this other thing. And it's like, all right, I hit the one button. Now I need to find the second button. Oh, I found the second button a few dungeons and places over. All right, hit that. And I go back, and both of them are still, they're only halfway open, or they're not open all the way yet. And I'm like, I must have beefed up. Clearly, I am in the wrong. And so I'm running around and I'm doing the same things over and over, trying to do it. And then finally, after like probably 20 minutes, I look it up and I'm like, well, the final quest, Thieves Guild, gates won't open. And they're like, yeah, this is a very common bug where you hit the buttons and it says to hit the buttons again. But when you hit the buttons, it doesn't open the gate. What I did is just use my high acrobatics to jump on the ledge instead of doing the whole puzzle. And it was very embarrassing because my character has unbelievably high acrobatic and I have a spell that increases it by 100. And so my guy's fucking floating out there. And then I just cheated and jumped up to the level without it. And it was like, all right, well, that's fine.
I need that. So imagine this scenario, right? So I'm playing the game. The night rain is closing in. I need to get up this giant cliff, and the climbable cliffs are denoted as climbable. There's like tombstones on the side, and you just sort of crawl. You jump from one tiny little edge to the next, and your guy mountain climbs up. They go halfway up the cliff. I'm like, FromSoft, I paid you for this. I even bought like the extra $15 for like future DLC. Why don't you like me? Like, what? You clearly hate your players. There's no comms. You have dead ends at your escape routes. Like, why do you hate your player base so much?
I can't play without comms.
Without comms?
Yeah, you need comms. I need to be able to talk to like all the games. Yeah, one of the things I like about Helldivers and Darktide and maybe even Baldur's Gate to a much lesser extent is when your team all goes down, if you play it right, you can, from almost any circumstance, bring it back. Like there are these missions in Darktide where we have to stay here and do this electronic puzzle and just absorb wave after wave, 360 degrees around us. They're jumping from the ceilings, and there's an ocean of enemies around us. And occasionally the specialists pop up in the middle of them, and you get a sound cue, and then you have 2.2 seconds to react exactly to that thing and kill it so that it doesn't net you or spit goo on you or blind you or tie you up in some way. And like, if you're good enough, you can just have this continuous motion of slashing, parrying, shoving, and sniping that you alone, and they all have to watch. You know, it's like zombies or something. They're all watching you do this. And I've watched people do it, and we're cheering. Yes, yes, he got the ult off. Yes. It's like it's big. That's peak gaming for me, when either I can do that, or when I love watching a teammate do it.
There's an item in this game called a wending grace, and if everybody goes down, you rise again. I collect every fucking wending grace I can when I play with randoms. It's like, oh, does this boss have 2 phases? Fuck you. I have 3.
Yeah.
Just when everything's gone, I just, in my head, my teammates are going like, he got a wending grace. Oh, we're back in it. The meat on the menu, boys. And then, we all go down again. 2 wending graces, how many does he have? And
little does he know, I've got 13, but this group is a 2 wending grace group. I think that's the end of this, friends. I'm gonna let you die. That's how I would be using it. I'd be like, oh. And that's how I do potions in every game, where like every time I find a super valuable potion, I'm like, I could need this, and then I finish the game with like 14 of those potions, and I'm still not using them. And it's like, any opportunity for you to use this is long past. Like, what are you doing?
In Elden Ring, you can put a grease on your sword that gives it like fire or holy damage or magic or something. And I do the same thing. It's like, this is my retirement grease. I'm saving this for later. I'm never using this.
The one thing I hate
Baldur's
a ton.
Gate's full of that. Baldur's Gate's full of that, but I've played through it enough times where I'm like, especially when I'm playing with new people, I'm like, look, so we could save this until, I don't know, not this Thursday, but the Thursday after that. We could save it until then, or we could, hey, let's just throw it at those green guys over there. Yeah. So I'm at the point where like I don't save any of that shit. When we get the one-time use fucking thing that you throw when a giant observer comes out and just goes ape shit on everything. It's a giant eyeball with tentacles that have eyeballs, and it looks at you and turns you into stone. It's like, let's throw it at the first people we see we don't like. I try to get that shit out of my pockets.
Night Rain will train you to use that stuff. There's no tomorrow. There's no saving it. You're not retiring. You're either going to win this run or die. Don't die with anything in your pockets.
The worst like experience I had as far as like a single player adventure game was the first time in like 2011 that I played Skyrim, and I was playing like it was GTA, where I'd go into Whiterun and they'd be like, "You're a new face in town. Here to do a quest for me?" And I'd be like, "You're dead. You're dead, and now I've got your fucking fur armor, fucking bitch." And then I'm like, go out and do other stuff, and he's like, "I'm a simple blacksmith. Would you like me to work on would you like to look at my wares?" And then it's like, "You're dead." I was killing everyone in every city. And then over time, I'd get so many quests that were like, "Speak to Broomhilda, the blacksmith in Whiterun." And I'd go back and be like, "Is that bitch?" Ooh. And I'd look up online, what do you do if that? And it's like, once you kill her, they don't respawn. Okay. And then like, that's literally how my first ever playthrough of Skyrim ended, is that I had 55, 60 active quests where I couldn't do any of them because everyone I'd either killed or I had attempted to kill them when they went into like fainting, exhausted mode. And then when they wake back up, they're mad at you. And so it'd be like, "Speak to the Archmage of Winterhold." But every time I get even fucking close to that guy, he tries to kill me because I've done a lot of fucked up shit to him. And there's no way for me to talk to the guards anymore because I'm so deep in the muck that like there's no paying off my fine. Once your fine is like 600,000 gold because you've killed every NPC in most cities, I had to restart the whole game. Dude. My whole first playthrough of Skyrim was a failure because I robbed every blacksmith.
I played
killed everyone.
Dark Souls 1, and it's almost interactive. Chat, who's all played this game before, tells me what to do. And I'm like, I don't know where to go. I don't know who my next boss is. What's our mission, boys? And they tell me, and then I execute it. But they don't always have my best interests in mind. And sometimes they lie. They're like, "Woody, coming up, best chest in the game. You got to go here. This is the fucking best chest in all of Dark Souls 3. And I'm like, what kind of, is it going to be a talisman, a weapon, a suit of armor? Her boobs were huge. I'll admit. Best chest in Dark Souls 1.
Oh,
And
I'd be
then-
peeved.
and then, they had me kill her. I'm like, all right, let's follow advice. Suddenly I can't navigate it. All the lights are off. All these warpable sites of grace or healable sites of grace are broken. Like, you guys you're not my friends, are you? You're sabotaging you're making this so much harder than it needs to be. Sometimes they help and sometimes they don't.
I'll intentionally cheese whenever I'm low on money in Oblivion. I'll cheese conversations because something they have you do, Woody, is there's a persuade bar. So if I'm supposed to go talk to someone and it's this person knows where you can find the secret of Akatosh and what dungeon it's in, and if you don't convince this person, you don't know where it is. You don't know what to do. And so you have to persuade them, and I will bribe them with thousands of dollars. And then eventually, if you only give them $200, they'll be like, I don't feel comfortable enough with you to tell you yet. And it's fuck. All right. Got to load him up with 800 more coins. And then he'll be like, Akatosh, you seem like a friendly fellow. It's south of Whiterun. And then I just reload the save, and I'm like, all right, south of Whiterun, I'm not paying this fucker anything.
Wow. Oh, that's the scummy. I would never even consider. When I do that, it is funny, though, the way they'll be like, I'm not telling you anything. 50 gold. Get out of here. 100 gold. Fuck you. 300 gold. So the thing is, friend, my wife's a cheating whore. She's been running around with Bill the blacksmith. Go over by Sunnyrise Inn. 300.
And they revert back right away. I went to some lady's house and she was like, I'm in debt from my father's debt. My father was a gambler and I'm in huge debt. 1,000 septums. Meanwhile, I've got $310,000 in my inventory. And it's but my personality is so low because I really don't up my personality because the conversations are funnier if they're rude to you. And one option was I'll go get your father's armor that you can pawn. And the other is I'll pay off your debt. And so I got her armor and then came back and then chose to just pay off her debt for her. And she's like, oh, thank you. You truly are the savior of Kvatch. Now, you can keep the armor. Keep it. You've done so much for me. And then dialogue ends. You're still in her cabin. You've just saved her from sure death from vengeful bandits. And then you hit A again. And she's like, who are you? Get out of here. And it's oh, you fucking cunt. I have half a mind to kill you.
Yeah, people don't recognize faces. It's okay.
In Baldur's Gate, there's a scenario where you come upon this little gnome girl who's dying. She's been poisoned. And you have tons of options of what you can say to her. And one of them is those boots look nice. Steal the boots. And you just pull her boots off of her feet while she wiggles and begs you to stop. And give her the fucking boot. And they're good boots. You keep those boots the rest of the game. But then you cure her poisoning. And she's like, oh, thank you so much. Is there anything I can do for you? And I was I just robbed you. I get I fixed the poison thing, but this isn't even out. I like games. I like RPGs where if you fuck up and you make the wrong decision, it does alter the whole game. I don't want it to break the game, but I like that they're never going to see you the same way again because you killed Big Dave or whatever. There's a character called Damon in Baldur's Gate, and you spend the entire first 2 acts, 80 hours interacting with this scumbag, and he does nothing but belittle you and talk down to you and treat you like shit. And he's nobody special. He's in no position to be casting aspersions. But then by the end, every step of the way, if you just give him the Ted Lasso treatment, you just win him over with kindness. I get that you hate and despise me, but I've saved your family. Don't worry, I won't rub it in. You want to take credit for it, actually? If you just continuously, you're overly nice to him. By the end, he's like, I love you so much. You've been so good to me. Let me give you a special spell. Yeah, all right, finally.
Give me the fucking special spell, dude.
But usually I just kill him first thing because he is a complete just piece of shit. I like that about
I was watching a live streamer. So everyone's fussing that this game's impossible to win with randoms.
Night Rain.
Half my wins in Night Rain, half my wins are with randoms. But this guy's way better than me. and he's live streaming and he's teaching me about DTS. Are you guys familiar with DTS's community thing? Dick sucking theory. So that means that you just praise your teammates in game with whatever mechanism it gives you, feed them good stuff, feed them weapons, and it makes them better followers. Like you win them over with DTS. And this guy is just like, here's a legendary weapon. I don't need it. Here's a talisman that fits your build. Here you go. Here you go. And he has the most loyal followers in game. They're on his hip all night long, just like sucking up extra things that would help them. And I was like, DTS. All right, noted. I'm learning.
There's
DST. I had back.
What I don't like is how like respect isn't transferable between quests and quest lines sometimes, where like I will be the most respected and accomplished assassin in the history of Cyrodiil, and also the head of the Thieves Guild, and also closed 100 Oblivion gates, which is just going into hell, slaying all the demons and closing it. And then it's like, I think I'll try the Fighters Guild now, which is effectively guys who like kill, like they just minor brawls, and you walk in and join and they're like, oh, this one, you're as green as spring grass. And it's like, look at me and then look
my
at
head
me,
is on fire.
Like, do you not see? Do you not see my fucking stat sheet? Do you not see how how I've got like 8 ghouls and goblins under my control who followed me into your little room? There's demons at my beck and call. Like
this is Moloch Destroyer. I fuck this guy now.
I make this Dremora bend over and give it to me because that's how powerful I am. And he's like, someone of your rank, perhaps you can take care of this rat problem. And it's like, you fucking bitch. Now I gotta go kill rats in a basement, or no, I have to go kill a fucking lion, a mountain lion in a basement, and then watch some lady hide meat outside of a house. Yep. Meanwhile, 15 minutes earlier, I was killing the emperor.
I know I did exactly in that order too. I was also like the head of the Thieves Guild and the Assassins Guild, and then I took up the Fighter, and probably like most of the way through the Mages. And I'm like, fuck, Jesus, am I on rat duty? I'm solving like neighborhood capers. Like the homeowners association of Bravo is who I'm working for at this point. I've been slaying dragons and ghouls and demons up until now. I went to hell. Yeah. That game is clearly dated by that. I'm hoping that like a game like GTA, I have such high hopes for GTA. I would love it if that was worked in, where if you're like the car thief of all car thieves, if you've gone through that whole quest line where you've stolen, you've done the gone in 60 seconds route and done all that by the time you get over to the bank robbing scene, they're like, oh, that's Sammy Swift Fingers, the greatest car thief of all time. Well, glad to have you. Hey, you gonna be driving us around? No, I'm gonna. And you have those options. Like I'd like to see that integrated in when you spend $2 billion on a game.
But they probably won't. It'll be one of those things where it's like, you know how to drive one of these, bro? And it's like you pulled up in something twice as good. Like, do you mind if I leave my fucking Lamborghini out here while I take your Dodge Charger on this fetch quest?
I saw that some of the villains were obviously got the police as a villain and a couple other groups, but ICE is also going to be a main enemy. The immigration and naturalization.
Immigration. Okay,
yeah.
I'm gonna help them.
Your girlfriend clearly is got some foreign.
Better behave.
What did you think of the trailer?
Dude, I'm so into the trailer. I think it looks great.
Wait, is it a gameplay trailer, or is it just? I've seen cinematic, but not gameplay.
There's a little gameplay, a lot of cutscene.
Yeah, it's all like generated in game though. I think it looks incredible. I mean, it doesn't seem like a huge warp forward from Red Dead to me. There are some scenes when I've seen them side by side, and it's like, man, Red Dead was ahead of its time. It looks almost this good. And I'm down with the storyline. I like that it's a dude and his ex-con girlfriend kind of taking over. It looks like there's going to be a fun, like, love romance scenario going on with them. I'm super into it. I just didn't like those where I had to be like a black gangbanger. It's like, I don't relate to this guy even in the slightest.
Well, I didn't relate to the meth head guy either, Trevor, but
a little.
Trevor had yeah, that's true. Maybe I've known some people like Trevor, but Trevor was the most fun in GTA 5 because he had the best voice lines by far. The black guy's voice lines were always like being worried like, oh man, they're gonna catch me. Oh, they're right on my tail. And Trevor's was more like, and there's more where that came from, like shit like that. And that was fun. The main guy, he was okay. The kind of rich guy who you start with, I don't even remember his name.
I didn't play when I saw the other thing.
You never played GTA 5?
No,
I didn't play GTA 5
San Andreas either.
The
GTA 5 is the only one I've played.
Did not hit my bullseye. It seemed like they were advertising that character's ass in 80% of the trailer. And I get it. She's banging. She's bangable. But she's a video game character.
Yeah.
I
don't buy games because the characters are attractive. And
oh, man, that's that dog whistle to the Asmongold crowd. Letting them know this ain't no woke bullshit. We're going to have some pretty ladies in here, all right? We're going to show some titties and ass. That's what I was getting from that vibe. But not only that, I thought I saw screenshots that showed that they had prettied her up from the original trailers and made her less like of an uggo. Because one of the massive complaints from a huge segment of the online gaming crowd is that for some reason there's a bunch of uggos in the development community who don't want girls prettier than them in their game. They want to like copy paste their ugly asses and stick them in a game as some fantasy character instead of what we really want, which is like badass big bootied bitches. I don't look. I'm in a fantasy realm. Show me some pretty people. Goddamn it! I got uggos everywhere around me. Every step I take, I'm surrounded by fat, ugly people. Okay, everywhere you walk and go in this world.
I'm thinking of two trailers. One was the GTA 6 trailer, which to my memory was 80% close-ups of this woman's butt and the way that it moved and like jiggle physics and her sway. She walked like a model. Like, I get it. She's a bangable video game character. The other was the Doomslayer, not the recent one, but the rip and tear until it is done. That hit my bullseye. That made me want to play. This, like, I'm not really into waifus or whatever fucking video game. Like, yeah.
I think that's people that like fuck pillows. Isn't that what a waifu is?
Yeah.
Okay,
kinda.
now you're judging.
But it's also like, like you don't want to pretend to be that guy and like slip into his skin. You want to like operate and like do your thing. Like I don't think you like RPGs. Period. I don't think that's ever been your cup of tea. Like, I like to pretend like I am Bulgar the Destroyer. And I'm not saying my answers are the answers of Bulgar because he grew up in the Nightlands far away and he never saw and he judges people harshly when they treat little people poorly. Like, he's got a backstory that's driving him forward. It's not me. Like, I'm Bulgar now and I like getting into his shoes. So if like Bulgar has a wife, I want to make sure Bulgar's wife's happy because Bulgar's a good guy. Like, I like that role playing stuff and I like cutscenes. I like getting into it and feeling like I'm playing a movie. I don't want it to be crazy with the cutscenes. Like, there was that detective game, Heavy Rain, I think is what it was called back in the day. And it was like a PlayStation movie where you press X every 10 minutes to get to the next scene almost. It was like, man, this is a lot of cutscene. But in Baldur's Gate, like, there's enough cutscene that, well, fuck, we got to help these people. They need us. Like I get into that mode where my decisions are made about the narrative and like my role play in it rather than I want to kill that guy. He's ugly or he's got a cool sword. There's plenty of characters and times in Baldur's Gate where, look, I know this guy has the best sword, but he's a good guy. Let's not kill him. I know we won't have a good sword, but how can you kill him? And like genuinely, we won't kill the guy just because he's a cool guy, even though killing him would make us stronger. Because you feel I feel bad.
I'm not the same way. In my games, if there's dialogue, if it wasn't for chat, I wouldn't listen to anything. It's like, he's telling you what you need to do next. I don't have patience for that. I have patience for wandering around lost for 90 minutes, but not for listening to this fucktoid for 30 seconds.
Yeah.
I hate it so much. Dialogue I've never heard before, skip. Yeah. Cutscenes I've never seen before, skip. Where's the part where I swing the sword? That's what I'm here for.
Yeah, everything this guy says is going to be in the quest log. Skip. I'm not that intense. Like, when I'm playing a new game, I kind of want to get a feel for the vibe. So like Oblivion, I don't wait for their delivery. but I read all of it. And because they talk so slow, like I'll read what they're saying and then go to the next thing, and then read that and then go to the next thing. But if I played Skyrim again, I'm not stopping for any dialogue. I've played that game enough. I know exactly what's being said. And there's no cutscenes in those games, so it's just dialogue, or at least not that I remember. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, there's no. I like the story. It makes me care more. I want the good guys to win and the bad guys to lose or whatever. I definitely listen to all of it and read all of it. And there's actual reading in Baldur's Gate, like in-game books, and you flipping through this fucking book.
How long does it take to read an in-game book?
I never read the in-game book.
Pages, but some of the books are like 25 pages, and each. So you're just like,
you're really reading that?
Yeah, it's an achievement.
How does it know in Oblivion and Skyrim, if you pick up a book, like the way it works in that one is more me and Woody's speed in regard to books, where like you pick it up and then it opens and then you can hit A to take it or B to put it back down. But all you have to do is open it, and then if it's a skill book, you get the skill point from it. You don't have to read it.
So like I read them because a lot of times it's plot points, and it's like you read all the journals at the beginning of the cave. You learn the story of a wizard who accidentally turned himself into a giant spider matriarch queen or some shit. And then later in that cave, you're going to run into a giant spider. And it's kind of cool if you read through his journals and saw him slowly losing his mind, and his scribbling got more illegible as it went until he turned into a spider man and lost his mind. So I don't know. I like reading them. The story in Baldur's Gate is just tremendous too. I think of it like a movie that I get to interact with. Like you said, Skyrim, I'm skipping through that shit. But GTA, there won't be a second of that dialogue, that all the cutscenes. Like, I want to know what's going on. I want to get into it.
If the character has a funny voice, I'll listen to them sometimes, because they have, especially in Oblivion, when you say it's dated, you're 100% right, because a character will start talking to you and it'll sound like they're muffled and like super far away. And you look up online and it's like, yeah, that's because they messed up the recording studio, but by the time they figured it out, the guy was already home. And so we used like this tinny audio.
Have you heard the two-take audio line? The girl,
yeah,
it's like, well, you'll have to go to the Temple of Argatoth, and the actress goes, I didn't like that one. Let me try that again. Well, you'll have to go to the Temple of Argatoth. And
yeah, and it's all in there.
That's just what she says when you press A.
It was very funny.
Damn it! I can't believe they didn't catch that one. I like that they didn't remove it for the remaster, because they clearly could have, I suppose, in some way, but they didn't.
Yeah, that is a great game. Like, I'm still enjoying Oblivion.
We should play Clair Obscur. That's going to be game of the year this year.
I downloaded it. Like, I have it on my Xbox.
I'm calling it here, and I called it in May. Like, as soon as I picked that game up and played an hour of it, I was like, "This is a game of the year." This is clearly like incredible polish and just everything that it checks every box of a wonderful, amazing game. It is one of those games where you got to listen to it. There's a lot of listening and watching with a lot of dialogue.
I don't like too much listening, but I'm not turned off by turn-based combat. As long as it's sophisticated and it feels strategic, I enjoy it.
And we were talking about like what we liked about pizza yesterday, and I said that the sauce was the most important part to me. One of the things in gaming that's really risen up those ranks of like the core components of the game and what makes the game great, replayable, and like sparks joy is the music. Like if a game has good music, I think that Doom has great music, especially Doom Eternal. I think that Darktide is incredible music. Like, I would listen to that soundtrack, and I'm like, fuck yeah, fucking demonic piece of shit. Like, it's fucking hard as nails. I love that music. Clair Obscur is this fanciful French.
You like that, or you don't like that?
I love it. It's so good.
I would like that.
It's so good. I'm looking forward to seeing that game. I also like that it's a small kind of indie development team. I like seeing all the AAA studios eat shit these days as they fire people and replace them with AI and their soulless microtransaction money grabs and all of their. I love that. I love that they're eating shit, and I hope that we get more of those indie studios making wonderful things. I can't wait to see what the next thing the Baldur's Gate 3 people make. Larian Studios. I know they're already on their next game. Like, working.
That's big, isn't it?
What?
Like the Baldur's Gate studio? I would imagine it would take a really big studio.
They were big. They're not. Oh, right. Didn't they have like mostly outsourced contractors make it?
I don't know about that. I know it's Larian Studios, and they're somewhere in Europe in one of those like Icelandic countries or something. But I think of it as a small sort of indie developer. I know some of those other ones are owned by Tencent, but I know the Clear Obscure game also it was like 30 something devs. Like there's a group picture of everyone who made the game, and it's just like there they are. That's everyone. Then you look at a game like GTA, and it's an army of people. You would need to be in a helicopter to take everybody's picture. You know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm nearing the end of the Oblivion phase, at least for now. But like Skyrim, it seems very playable for a long time. And then maybe I'll do the Claire Obscurian or
Claire Obscure Expedition 33. It's on Game Pass. It's free to jump in and play. It's very unique in its gameplay. It mixes a few different combat styles together with beautiful graphics. They stole Robert Pattinson's face. And it's got pretty girls in it. Everybody gets mad if you say the one girl's pretty because apparently she's 16 in the lore. Get out of my face. That's France. It's perfectly legal.
What's her name?
That's true.
Ooh, I don't know her name. Search Claire Obscure jailbait. There's a couple girls, but she's the little one.
But it's fine because she's actually a 3,000-year-old vampire.
Nope. She's definitely 16 or so.
Does she have a scar across her nose?
I don't think so. You may be looking at the Asian character, but I'm not sure. Yeah, that game is tremendous.
Skyle.
Highly recommend that one. But what was I going to say? Whenever you get tired of Oblivion, if you want to play Helldivers or Darktide or
Helldivers did not suck me in. Helldivers or not Helldivers, Darktide. I'd be much more interested in Darktide than Helldivers.
I haven't been pushing it. I wish one of you guys got into Elden Ring. If you get stuck, you can summon me. I play 24 hours a day. I'm here for
There's no story. I like the story.
There is a huge story. You just have to dive deep to know what it is. They're making a movie out of Elden Ring now.
Wait, given how much you played,
know the story.
Yeah, if you were to take a quiz on the story,
I think I get
you'd do well?
At least 15% on a quiz like that.
Who the hell is Lord Scooblock? Oh, that's the guy I talk to every time, and I have to fight at the end after he betrays me. Oh, okay.
Elden Ring messed me. Everyone knows me in names, right? There's like a Melania, a Melena. I can't even name them all. There's another one just like it. There's a Renala. There's a Rolana. They're different people. Why did you do this? Did you do this on purpose? There's a Morgot. There's a Margit. Like there are other letters, you fucks. It's like they're intentionally messing with me.
It's an Asian game, right?
I've got high hopes for your movie. Like your movie's getting made by A24 Studios, and they've got Alex Garland directing. Alex Garland has done lots of stuff. Ex Machina and Annihilation come to mind as like my two favorite ones. So they're taking a real like auteur swing at making this video game into a movie. It doesn't feel like knowing those two things, the director and the studio.
Swing?
I don't think they're going to make a
auteur.
Yes, I don't think they're going to.
I mean, for the listeners, what does that word mean?
I think a real filmmaker is making this movie, not like this isn't going to be a Prince of Persia sort of knockoff that loosely follows the source material and makes a popcorn action movie and doesn't respect the lore and the game. I don't know how much that'll appeal to you, but I'm looking forward to the movie. Like
I'm looking forward to it. I couldn't help but see it as a bit of a missed opportunity. Here's my take. Elden Ring dropped in 2022. Game of the year. Wildly popular. 30 million people played it. And then 3 years later, Night Rain drops just recently, a week ago, almost exactly. If they had made that movie when they first saw that the game was a banger, when it got Game of the Year and had come out now and had that synergy with Night Rain dropping, I'd be so excited. Imagine if Memorial Day weekend, Night Rain drops and a movie drops about Elden Ring, and your whole world is this like Elden Ring's dominating the media as they advertise the movie and they advertise the game and the players are talking about it and Reddit's on fire, and like that would be what they should have done. Instead, an Elden Ring movie's coming out in 2027, I'm guessing.
Yeah, to go along with Elden Ring 2. Like, who's to say what they release in 2 years from now, you know? Like, maybe you're
selling it. I hear you. I didn't think that.
You want that king of all media Howard Stern presence, which would be hard to coordinate, but it would be great.
They say they're not doing an Elden Ring 2. However, they always lie. This studio will always tell you that you're not getting what you want, and then they do it.
Mm-hmm.
Except jumps that go all the way up the cliff. They don't do that.
Apparently. No, they don't want that. Nobody wants that.
In a team-based game. But
why is that? That's this new thing where they don't want people to talk shit to each other, and it's nonsense because they're gonna do it no matter what. I don't like.
Yeah,
that.
who is that for?
It's
pussies
who get bullied online.
Fucking losers who can't handle the bants online. Just turn your mic off. Turn your you don't have to listen to them. You can just select the option to not. But if you want to talk shit and have shit talked to you, that should be an option. It should be old style COD lobby rules, where at any point you don't like it, you just mute everybody.
Exactly.
Now they're not in your head.
There's so many little micro things I want to tell people, like, hey, I'm not leaving the team. I just need to make a 6-second detour to level up, because I can't emphasize enough how much of a hurry you are in my current game. Every second is just in a hurry, go, 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 go. And, you put a dot on the map and I don't run to it. Within 3 seconds, I'm like, oh, Jesus, it's one of them. No, I'm not one of them. I'm a very good follower. I'll be better if I take a 6-second detour and level up before I get there. And there's a million things I want to tell people, let's go to the church. Okay, we all agree the church is important because it gives you more health flasks. But on the way, we could get some runes and level up. I don't hate your idea of going to church, but let's not pass an opportunity to kill a boss. And without comms, you can't say these things. And it's frustrating.
It kind of ruins it. It's like taking a tiny fraction of, because they'll act like, oh, this is to avoid harassment and people being mean. And it's like, first of all, most people gaming are fine with that. They hear someone talking shit, they're going to have fun talking shit back. And if they don't, they'll mute on their own volition. Yeah, like they'll do it on their own. There's no reason to add a layer of complication to the already annoying communications you're going to have to do in any of these games. That is the dumbest shit they've done in recent years. Is making it hard to talk to people while you're gaming, because they're like, oh, well, actually, it has to be a whole rigmarole to talk on this game because because some people use slurs. And it's like, oh my God, if only the people playing this game based on murder and subterfuge were mature enough to hear slurs from another adult. Come on.
Let's say you go down. When I have comms, I'll be like, Taylor, I see you working on it. Mm-hmm. Now if I'm not picking you up, it's because I have my hands full, right? I'm well aware that you're witnessing my best effort. But without comms, you might just feel ignored. And, does this guy even know I'm down? Does he care I'm down? I'm going to lose a level if you don't revive me, like that stuff. What is kind of funny to me is the censorship in this game. They censor so many things in usernames that it's too much. For example, I play with Larry the Strong, and I forget what his full username is, or maybe I don't even know it, but it seems to have like Larry the Knight with a K, and it censors out the NIG because it's like Nig, right? I play with Scum, but in this game his online name is S***, because you can't have cum in your name. And like half the players I play with have some like subset of a slur, probably mostly intentional, certainly with those two. Like, you can't write night with a K. Nope.
Yeah, I don't like that. I like games who are clearly like, you do you, boys. Like, you play Rust, you'll play with Nig Slayer 69 all night, and nobody will give him a hard time.
Nobody cares. Yeah,
nobody cares. And like, when you walk around the world in Rust, you will frequently find bases with swastikas on them, like crudely drawn photos depicting lynchings, like anything
Let
you can imagine.
People get it out online.
They'll have their furnace base there'll be a sign outside the furnace base that says Auschwitz, and it's just furnaces are burning nonstop, smoke pouring out. Like people have no chill in that game.
One of the funniest things on like the internet shit talking was done by South Park, when it was that narrative of like those people who are trolling online and being mean and saying slurs and being racist and every ist, they're actually miserable loser incels. they're so miserable in their day-to-day life. And then it shows like Gerald Broflovsky, where like he's a troll, he's a successful attorney, family man, and like he goes on the computer and is ruthless to people on social media. And then it shows him the next day, and he's like, the birds are chirping, the sun is shining, he's walking with a little giddy up in his step, and it's like, that's more realistic of it. Is like that guy's getting it out online, and now he's going, good morning, postal worker. How are we doing, barista? Like just being nice to everybody in real life, but being a total just goon online, bullying people, which is very funny. You should be allowed to do that online. If you don't like it, you can just mute it.
Well, you should.
Yeah, and they should make it very easy to mute.
If you're going to play a game where you're dependent on teammates and you can run into a scenario where there'll be bad teammates, you should be used to that. Like that's part of the luck of the draw. That's just what you get. If you don't want to deal with that, get some friends. You know what I mean? Like
I don't do that.
Well, I mean, you have no excuse for it either. You have this vast list of people who would add themselves to it. That's what you should do. Take job interviews for your teammates. Create a form with Chat GPT for them to fill out experience. We can list all the other dark.
It has occurred to me. I remember a while ago, Wings of Redemption I think he was making a game battles team or a competitive team or something. And he's like, I don't want players who are good. I want players who are great. I want a guy who fucks the prom queen. That's who I'm looking for on my team.
Yeah, because I'm the prom. My username's prom queen.
But I was like, the thing is, I don't want to be a guy who needs a stacked team to do well. Although I understand the temptation, I want to be the guy who is the stacked team. So I'm just grinding until I get better and better.
The communication might be nice though, to at least be hey, I want to pee. Can I, it's nice that to me is a big one. If you want, there are some games that don't have pause, but if I coordinate a bathroom break, we can do that. You know what I mean? It's like, all right, can y'all hold them right here and protect my body? I'll be back in 45 seconds. I like that. I don't like playing with randoms almost ever. I can't think of any games where randoms are better than just regular people. When I play Helldivers though, maybe it's the matchmaking. I get matched with gods of the game. They'll be max level and they've got fucking flaming skulls, and it's just like, all right, this is what I'm talking about. I never get stuck with noobs and you can misplay that game in a way that would be frustrating for everybody. Never been anybody who trolled like that. It's a good community.
It's not my target. My target, I saw this guy play World of Warcraft a long time ago, and they're going in pre-raid. And this guy's a support class. I've never played World of Warcraft, so I don't really get it. But he's a support class and he's talking mad shit, right? He's they're trying to coordinate. You do this, you do that. It's not the Leroy Jenkins thing. And I'll make it up. He's like, nah, don't worry about it. Woody the Reviver's here. Nobody dies on my watch. And then they start playing. He's like, I see you, Kyle. Bam, you're fine. I see you, Taylor. Back on your feet. I got you. Nobody dies when Woody the Reviver's in the lobby. And I'm like, yeah, that guy's my hero. That's who I want to be. I want to be the guy that carries the weakest of teams to victory. That is my jam. Sadly, I'm still working on that.
You lose 46 out of 50 doing that.
I won 1 out of the last 3.
Okay, all right.
But
that's a good ratio though, of fun to rage. I feel like I would imagine the issue would be timing those wins at the end of the night, because that's what you want to end on, a good one. Do you ever get in that situation where it's like, we haven't won today? Really want to score one for the good guys before we go to sleep.
I was grumpy at the start. Like I said, I think I was 35 hours or so before I got my first win. Just grinding with randoms who were also new to the game. And when I got my first win, it was nice. And then before that, I had some small victories that you could go in solo and accomplish some things, unlock new characters and stuff. And I was like, all right. So that's at least a taste of success when I had no teammates at all.
Yeah, I haven't had a game to play really. I'm kind of looking forward to Darktide releasing that new character is something to do.
When is it?
I think it's the 25th or so, like a couple weeks. I think Helldivers just did a thing where there's a big defense of Earth. Like Earth itself was invaded, and the trailer for that is so good because it's that Starship Troopers style, like the freest citizens in the entire empire. Those of Super Earth, more equal than any other. They've been threatened and ran from their homes. And you're just seeing Earth being invaded with this fucking propaganda and the characters making a fist by his side, like fucking Arnold.
Like I couldn't get into the gameplay of that one. Like
Helldivers, we're talking about?
It was dark and just not a very good looking game. Like it was one of those games where like the entire all of the landscape felt the same. It was like I'm gonna jump over this charred, red pit, and run across this charred red pit, and then I'll jump quickly to get across this charred red pit, and then I'll look across the horizon of charred red pits.
That's the kind of map design
red pit planet
that leaves Woody lost.
Yeah,
like I don't get it. They copy pasted this whole fucking game. I'm so lost.
Woody, it's next to one of the 10 million black obelisks that are speckling across the landscape. I just didn't suck.
The different planets look completely differently, and you can fight against bugs, you can fight against robots with Terminators, or you can fight against the Illuminate, and they're all three very different. And you can play on bright, sunny daytime planets or nighttime foggy, like literally fog. So it's like a horror movie planet.
I prefer sunny day planets.
You can do that. There's sunny day planets. There's planets with like fire tornadoes randomly like moving around and all sorts of shit like that going on.
Oh, is that red dust planet?
I mean, they've all got names. I don't know. There's a bunch of planets. There's dozens of planets.
But is it the one with the like jagged red rocks overlooking what looked to be meteors, small meteorite strikes?
Sure, there's a lot of that.
What I like about it is that if you don't like one meteorite strike, you can look around and there's tens of thousands of other ones that you can go check out and see if those are good.
There's cities and towns to go into. You played the game for like 12 minutes. There's cities and towns.
No, I played longer than that.
Destructible environments.
I played for a couple hours. I played with Scum when you left.
Well, he doesn't know how to play. He took you.
Scum.
He clearly took you to the red depressing planet.
Well, I didn't like the fucking red planet.
So many times I'm like lost in a game and I'm like, give a brother a landmark, would you? Now even chat is like, give a brother a landmark, would you? This brother needs a landmark.
I like a map.
Please give me a big statue or something so I know I've been here before.
This is where you and I agree completely. Like I don't ever want to be lost and frustrated. There's been times in Skyrim or in Oblivion even where I've been in this cave trying to find my way out for like a solid 10 minutes. And I'm like, you know what? I don't fucking care. I just get off. I just get off because I'm so lost in this cave. I can't find my way out. It's like I've been in this same room 8 fucking times. I've went left, middle, and right. One of them isn't. None of them take me out. Like, I'll get mad.
Imagine adding that frustration to being genuinely navigationally tarded, and now you have me.
Yeah. I mean, I love back in the day with Dead Space where you push the thumbstick down and it literally shows a magical electric blue glowing path to where you need to go. Oh, this way it is.
Yeah.
Take that out of the game. I don't need that as a difficulty modifier, being lost. I don't need to be on rails, but
it's good to have in case you get turned around or something. In Dead Space, I didn't ever find myself needing it because it does feel like you go from corridor to corridor and it's pretty linear. I appreciate the one in Oblivion sometimes, though, when it does work, because it's like, oh, fuck, I'm in another like randomly generated cavern. And there was like one of those like where Gandalf is sitting there and being like, I have no memory of this place. There's 5 identical splits out of the same cavern, and all of them have the same enemies, and all of them have a chest, and all of them look.
And I'll be honest, I don't like puzzles. I don't like any puzzles in my games. Not even the easy ones where the answer key is just right up there on the wall. Like, why are you slowing me down for this?
Oh my god, I can't count the number of times on original Skyrim that like I was playing on my shitty TV in my apartment in college, and the puzzle was never the difficult part. but my TV's brightness couldn't go high enough to see what the symbol on the totem was. And so I'd be like, geez, that's as much a raven as it is a dragon. Like, there's no way for me to discern here. And so you're just guessing.
I hate puzzles now. As a streamer, I'm like, oh, an IQ test in front of 175 people. Some of them don't know I'm dumb.
I'm gonna find out today.
Secrets out.
Oh, I'm bad at them. I'm especially like some games have hard puzzles. I played what's that game called? It was the one that was everything. Scorn. Oh my god.
I never played that.
Scorn is this fucked up biomechanical dark nightmare of a game where you just it's incredible visuals. It's a beautiful game. It's disgustingly, hideously awful, and it's nothing but one big puzzle. It's all you're doing is a gigantic puzzle. That's the whole game. Is this tinkering with things one after another? And there's no instructions. There's no dialogue. There's no answer key up on the pillar. None of that. It's just hard as fuck. Some of those Tomb Raider games too can be kind of overly complicated. I just don't like puzzles at all. Even if I don't feel rewarded when I complete them. I'm going to Google it and put it on my other monitor. Like I'm not gonna do your puzzle. I hate them.
Yeah, I agree. The Skyrim Oblivion puzzles are not, and the problem with those is that the most difficult part of the puzzle isn't the puzzle because they're all easy. It's not knowing if you did it correctly, not because it was difficult, but because they bug out constantly. And so you can have it set up correctly and then be like, I must have done something wrong. No, you did everything right and the game bugged. And so now you're just like twisting pillars for no reason.
Shouldn't be so buggy. Like
they're so
you're
buggy.
Talking about major property, like legendary games, like Oblivion, Skyrim, and they have game-breaking bugs in them?
Oh yeah. All Bethesda games do.
Dude, I had to stop.
All the Fallouts do. All the Fallouts have game-breaking bugs.
One of the final quests for the Fighters Guild, I assume it's final because I'm getting fucking sick of this storyline, is you have to go with this guy as a follower to a dungeon, or like a mystical dungeon or tomb, crypt kind of thing. And then you have to fight your way through and solve a very easy puzzle, which is just like, it's not even a puzzle. It's just running through a few different corridors, killing everything, collecting all the loot, and then pressing a button. But it's like you have to run way far this way through a bunch of nonsense, kill all the nonsense, press the button, and then run all the way back through here and then hit another button. And there's a mechanic where sometimes you'll go into a room where there's these vents on the floor and it spouts poison. Okay. And your guy will go, and he starts to lose health. And once you leave that room, the poison's supposed to stop. It's supposed to be a way to like, hey, hustle when you're in this area. You can't just hang out here. And I ran into a bug where like every time I would run through it for the first time, I'd be miles away, like,
still
comparatively. And I'm still, and he's dying and I died. And the first like time it happened, I'm like, man, I must not have been going quick enough. And then after like the second time of that, it's like, oh, this is clearly a bug because it's an impossibility to finish this with my guy coughing. I'm casting healing spells the whole time, coughing, trying to stay alive. And so I just left, said Fighters Guild is gay. I'm going to finish Thieves Guild.
Dude, the reason that's so unforgivable, like bugs happen. I get it. I've written a bug or two. The thing is, like this game is still getting developed to some extent. They ported it to every console, new consoles, every handheld, every phone runs this thing. I'm not exaggerating. I saw the Skyrim opening scene running on a pregnancy test. Yeah. Right? That still has game-breaking bugs in it?
Oh, yeah. There are some huge bugs in Skyrim and in Oblivion.
This fix your shit.
They all do. You
look it up. Games. All the Bethesda games, Fallout. I ran into it where it would be the worst is like the Jarl of Whiterun will be like, "We'll speak more about your quest to speak to the Greybeards, but first, kill the dragon at Helgen." And so then you run and you kill the dragon at Helgen. And I guess if you do it too fast and you run back to him, it's like the deed is done. Everything's been accomplished. And he still talks to you like you haven't done it. And the only way to fix it is to redo the entire thing. And so you're redoing the same not exciting, boring beginning level quest because he can't get it. Oh, what's up, Murphy? Kyle's holding up Murphy right now for the listeners. He's a cute little fucker. I like Murphy. He's a good boy. He's a good boy.
There he is.
Yeah, I don't know if he's dethroned Toby as Kyle's favorite, but
Kyle's
I
got
think he's in
quite
the mix.
gaming chair.
He does. I have a regular office chair.
Me too. I think mine's a lot like yours.
I didn't see a reason to get a special chair. Like the office chairs are pretty nice. They're good.
Kyle, you think I'd win more runs in Night Rain if I had a gaming chair like you?
I doubt it. For me, I really want my forearm to be at the same level as my desk and my hand. Like that's the only thing that really does is that the handrests are like crazy adjustable up and down and backwards and forwards and wiggle left and right. But no, I don't think so. I like this chair because it's just comfortable and it's been a good one. There's no like fucked up leather on it or anything.
You lean back when you game though, which I wish I could do. I like every time I finish playing AoE or any game on my PC, because I sit like an absolute goblin when I'm gaming, just and so that I'll stand up and like go walk up and get a soda or something. I'm like, man, must have been a hard workout. And it's like, no, you would have felt the workout earlier. This is because you've just been like that meme of that guy all crumpled up gaming like this. I'm not good. I can't lean back and game. I need to feel,
I get back here.
To feel active, like
get
leaning
back
forward.
Here and relax.
Same reason. I don't think I've ever just leaned back doing this show comfortably. I have to be seated forward. I think Woody's the same way. You have to be active and involved. But Kyle,
my chair's also a recliner.
Like the fucking cat's pajamas over there.
It's a recliner over here. This thing goes all the way back.
All the way.
Does it go flat?
You ever fuck on it?
No, I feel like that would be a recipe for disaster. It is on wheels. But yeah, it goes almost flat. Like it goes way back.
Okay, mine doesn't. I don't think.
But yeah, I've always played. Like I used to game in bed. Like I would just be sitting up in bed against a pile of pillows with my controller and my laptop, sitting on the bed next to me.
I sat on the edge of a couch, leaning forward and that hunched. That's how I played COD.
I've also got the monitors like close, like the monitors, this far from my face. I don't need to. Sometimes in Tarkov, I suppose, like when you're trying to spot like movement at a distance, I'll be like, motherfucker, where are you? I know you're in them trees. They're in them trees. Like I'll get intense about that, but usually I don't need that high level of performance.
I do the stupidest thing, and I know Taylor mocked it, and I just stayed quiet. I'm like, I walk up to a doorway, and I want to see who's about to ambush me, so I do one of these.
Oh yeah, dude. All right, so when I'm in the game, when I'm playing Tarkov, is when I'm most like connected with my character and fearful of anything bad happening. I start getting shot at. I'm ducking and sprinting. Like I'm sprinting with my character. I'm W shifting but I'm doing this. I'm like, if I go under a low like overhang, fucking ducking for that too. And I definitely, when I'm leaning like to peek a corner, I'm leaning with my character. I'm plugged in 100% when I'm playing games like that. My heart rate monitor would be scary. My heart's going. My hands are sweating, and the adrenaline's making them go numb. I'm literally shaking my hands out, like slapping them together to get the blood flow.
Oh man, Tarkov, when you get shot by surprise, it feels like you got shot by surprise. It is so loud in my ear, and it's a game where footsteps are really, really important. Information advantage is gigantic in Tarkov, so you turn your volume up, and it's like silent. You may be listening for footsteps, hearing people. One guy who checked his ammo, you can like pull your magazine out or like get a vibe for it, and you just like listening for any clue as to where someone might be. And if you get headshotted out of the blue, bam, your screen, I don't know what happens on screen, but it's like assaulting. Is it red? And
blood everywhere.
And then your ears pop, from the bang. And I can't not jump. I can't take that coolly.
I scream like a little girl. It is very high pitched.
That's true.
It is very intense, and it is, and it is not for. I'm not putting on a show for anybody, because when I'm by myself playing solo, like my girlfriend will be like dead asleep 3:30 in the morning, and I'm playing Tarkov and I'm grinding, and I'm just That's my Tarkov scream. That's what I sound like when I'm afraid.
All the dogs are barking.
Yes, they all lose their shit. They come running. They're here to back me up. Oh, what is it, boss? What is it, boss?
All 14 pounds of them.
Yeah, I think that's a good sign for when a game is like, it's doing the right thing. Tarkov puts that fucking weight on your shoulders of those losses can be so punishing. You know, you're 35 minutes in and you've got so much loot. You've killed. It's all gone well, and you're just getting close to the edge of the extract, and then just get ambushed by a scab boss or some douchebag player or something. God, it's upsetting. My heart rate goes crazy in that game.
He might not even be a douchebag player. Like most people are going to one or two extracts.
Sure.
You might be just headed to the same place or a douchebag player.
Nothing gets me going like that game. Like I've had some rough losses in Rust. Rust, you sort of build up your supplies over days. So it's like a raid that lasts 3 days, and then you have one big loss. And like that's a different kind of feel. That's like a ruin the rest of the night, and I don't want to play anymore because you can't go back and play now. They took all your toys away. But in Tarkov, it's those you can get 3 or 4 of those a night. Those just punches in the gut of adrenaline and terror, and hopefully a little joy mixed in. And I don't think any other game gives me that the way Tarkov does. Poker, because it's real money.
Is your hot streak still going? Did you?
I lost maybe 80 from where I was. So, but I'm still up like 720 or so.
Nice.
I've been playing like a couple hours every day. Usually I'll go up like $30 and I'll get off, or I'll go down $30 and I'll get off. I haven't like had any big swings like that. That one day it was crazy. Everything was coming up Kyle. Like all day I played and just one, kept doubling up. But that I mean, even when it's $60 or something, my heart gets going for that. I'm just like, yes, we got it. I'm doing that and Tarkov, but no other game really. I don't know what it is. I need to have invested enough time grinding to get to a position that I fear losing that position. I see people playing platformers sometimes where there's one where you push a rock up a mountain. Have you ever seen that game? It's like the whole game is just trying to push a rock up, a big boulder up the mountain, and you're balancing the whole time. It wants to wiggle away from you. And there's a great video of the guy. He finally gets it up to the top. He's like, yes. And the game's like, you thought that was it? And they zoom out to reveal that he's just 1/50th of the way up the mountain. No. And the real mountain is this Everest-sized thing that you just can't imagine him ever beating. Like, I like games like that. I like where you spend the game building up your shit and then you lose it and it hurts. Like
trying to have my mood less centered around that day's success. Like today was good. I lost my first game. It was actually a bad one. Whatever. Second game, I won. Nice. Third game, I didn't win, but I carried, right? My team went down so many times. I had so many revives. Even though we didn't beat the last boss, I was pretty happy with my own performance. And but I want to be able to play poorly and still be like, that was fun. Call it a wrap. I'm not there.
And then part of it is between the time, you're playing 30-minute games, right? 40-minute games. So like in
not
COD,
30. Yeah, 40 to 60.
Yeah, that's a different cycle to deal with. Obviously, in a game of Call of Duty domination, you don't mind occasionally having shitty teammates. That's a 10-minute loss.
Yeah.
Or you play a game of zombies, now it becomes a 2-hour loss. If you're playing with shitty players. That's definitely a big part of it.
If they don't play well, if they need reviving all the time, I can deal with that. If they don't play as a team, then I start disliking them personally.
Oh yeah.
Don't run off in your own direction to where I can't help you or whatever. Like, that's not.
Yeah, cool. Yeah, definitely hate that. Yeah. I'm trying to think what games are. I mean, Zombies used to be the one. Zombies used to be the one where I didn't mind if somebody was just absolute shit at it. It's like, as long as you're having fun, I'm having fun, buddy.
The stakes were low.
I don't mind that you go down twice around. And you never have perks, but if you're having fun. I think the new Zombies is just so far from what we used to play that we wouldn't even enjoy it. I think I saw there was some game some gameplay changes, like something about there being ammo. There was like never-ending ammo or never-ending pickups or something like that. It just sort of like changed what Zombies was about. I can't remember what I saw that upset me so much about it, but
I hated all the Easter eggs, like where it'd be like, it would be quote unquote puzzles, but they weren't puzzles. Like a puzzle is something that you can deduce based on the provided information. That's what a puzzle is. It's not a puzzle if it's like step 1 of the puzzle, click A on this random sconce in the living room. And it's like, okay, and from there, what do we do? From there, you must walk to the giant robot foot and notice a papaya out of place, but still gray. And it's like, oh my God, this isn't a fucking puzzle. This is just random stuff that you hit A on. Like,
right?
Oh,
This
I
is just
hated
Google
that.
how to do it stuff. And some of it gets pretty mandatory. Like, this is how you turn on the thing, the
power
up jukebox or whatever, with a perk machine, whatever. And it's like core fundamental gameplay. I'm supposed to do this silliness. I don't know.
Yeah. Like originally it was like, how do we turn on the power? Well, you see that area labeled power. You have to fight your way through that and then pull the lever. And now the power's on. It's like, okay, well, that's how it should be. Like it shouldn't be a song and dance where you have to pause and then look up. Oh, guys, on this map, the way you get the power is if 2 of us at the same time are on platform A, one person is on platform C, and the other person, while keeping 2 zombies alive because they wanted to circumvent the normal crawler rule, hits this. And it's like, oh my God, this isn't fun anymore. Like
I think you can pause now too. I'm almost positive that you can just pause the game in multiplayer. Yeah, which is
multiplayer. That's interesting.
And they should like they should have added that forever ago. Maybe they did. Maybe that was even when we were still playing. You could pause because there were so many times when you'd get a crawler so someone could go get a drink or go to the bathroom. It was like, we really need a way to just pause this for a second.
Yeah, that wasn't around on the original Zombies or even like the 2 subsequent versions of it. Like you just had to hope. And then sometimes in the later versions, the crawlers would just die. Like they just pass away without you shooting them again. And it'd be like, Ted, are you back? Because it's getting real. Like, oh no, you just lost the thunder gun.
Poorly done most of the time. Like for starters, they actively went out of their way to stop you from kiting. But the game is about kiting. So now you just have to kite in areas that struggle to kite. You create a lot of dead ends, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then one area would be okay for kiting, but there's 4 of you, right?
Yeah.
So the most selfish person gets the good area with the kites well, and he thinks he's an amazing player, but really he's just the most selfish fuck shit in the game. While the rest of you are kiting across lava and jumping up and down and dealing with dead ends, shooting your way out. And Selfish Head is like, get good. And it's like, you know what you're doing.
We would just give the worst player that when we would play multiplayer is like, all right, who gets the top platform at Ascension, which is the easiest kiting area in all of Zombies. And they'd be like, all right, well, who's the fucking worst? And then if the guy who's running top Ascension dies, it's like, are you even paying? Are you, what are you doing? Like,
pants on head.
Figure it out. Dude.
Hang on, I'll come get you. I'm in the basement. It'll take me a minute because
really because I'm jumping over
water down here, so it'll take me a while.
My kite path involves me double jumping over burnout cars in a swamp, and I haven't gone down yet.
Right?
Like, I like that style of gameplay though. I like horde games. I'd be
if
down
Zombies
for any
didn't
kind of a
hate
horde
its
game.
player, then there'd be like 4 kiting areas that were roughly equivalent. Or maybe, you know, people would disagree on which one was the most fun or which one was the best. But that's not what their maps ever were. It was always there's one half decent spot and everyone else, fuck you.
Yeah, it was a mistake for sure. In later games, the one that I was playing last, we were like there was like city blocks and zip lines above them. And it seemed like you could kite anywhere in that game. It was big and wide open once you unlocked everything. Everybody could have a huge like city block to themselves almost. But my main complaint of that game was it's stupid easy. Like nobody ever died. We never lost zombies. We got tired and went to bed.
We lost interest in zombies.
Yeah. We lost interest in zombies. We were like, all right, we all want to like try to hold this bedroom and just let them keep coming to us until we die and then call it a night. Because if we just play the game straight, we're going to go to level 150 before somebody makes an error.
That's how Dare Rice and Ascension were. Those 2 maps.
I played, you could leave. You could like evacuate and get.
Yeah, you can evacuate and win.
I never liked that as a mechanic. It's like the whole point of this is to grind up an event and like to kind of know it's unwinnable. Like the idea that you could speed run zombies and be like, by level 17, you're out if you do this. It's like, okay, well, now you've like optimized something where the whole point is the grind, like to see how far you can get until you do die.
Maybe I'm wrong. I remember that you could keep going. There were just off ramps.
That was the deal.
Yeah. But it would be like you could win with that. But I
like,
guess
you're like, no off ramps. Play my way.
No off ramps.
Why can't I play my way?
You gotta just grind. But that was
like, I didn't take an off ramp until exit 120. Like, holy smokes, I took exit 5. Well done.
Like I would get to crazy high levels. I remember like in college, I would have my Xbox running and I'd play Ascension or Der Ice, one of those maps. And those ones, if you know what you're doing at all, and you know how to conserve ammo and use the traps, you can just go indefinitely until like you run out of like life. And I would get to whatever high level, and then I'd pause it, and then I'd go to bed, and I'd wake up and go to class. And if there's nothing else going on that day, come back home, play some more. And most of the time, the way it would end is like you come home from class one day and it's like, rats, the Xbox overheated. Well, I guess this is all she wrote. I guess I got to get back to level fucking 87 again. It's going to take forever. Because at that point, it was annoying when it got to the point that like nothing killed them other than the special wipe gun. Like even the ray gun wouldn't kill them anymore. Just the thunder gun or the ones that it's baked into the cake that it's a one shot.
Which is embarrassing for a horde type game. You should add more and more enemies. You shouldn't turn them into these absurd bullet sponges. Certainly not the like standard type A zombie who's just a World War II soldier who's been turned. He should never get to the point of having 3, 4, 5 headshots to take him down, much less like just drilling into his face, entire magazines to thin the herd a little. They should all have a cap, and you should add specials. That's what I like about Darktide is the specials who come in, the net guy, the shotgun guy, all those things that can pin, disable, slow, and like mess up your team play. Those are the things that add difficulty. And then the bosses, like in the middle of Darktide, you'll have all that. You'll have the huge horde. You'll have specials who are constantly popping up every time with a sound cue that is unique to their type, by the way. The guy with the flamethrower, he plays a grill starting, click, 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 and you can hear it over all of the screaming and the hardcore metal music. You hear it no matter what, perfectly directionally. You could turn and react. And then mixed in with that will be a boss. It'll be a giant slug monster with tentacles, and one guy needs to go, who's got him? And like you've got one character who's juggling a giant slug monster by himself while everybody else is, one guy's on specials and one guy's clearing the horde with fire. And it's just that team synergy feels good. And like when everybody knows their role, like that feels good too. It feels like you're an actual like unit who's working together to do this thing, not just a bunch of button mashers running around with their heads cut off.
Sure.
I do like survival games, like when you've got to like make your spear out of sticks and not Minecraft and build your fire.
Have you heard of Ark?
Yeah, but I don't know what it is.
It's a survival game where like you're washed up on a beach and you have to like build a spear and build. I guess eventually you can get to the point where you're like building mech suits and shit on this island, but it enticed me. I got it because it was, I believe it was free on Game Pass, and I played it for a little bit, and it was just, it didn't fully suck me in. But I have nothing against the survival genre. I just haven't found one off the top of my head I can remember that really, really sucked me in. Is there one you're thinking of?
Well, like it's Rust.
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 I thought that was more like Tarkov.
You can play it however you want. The core, the way a Rust game starts though, is you're naked on a beach with a rock and a torch. And you go from there, and there's a lot of survival. I mean, if you play on an unpopulated server or a role play server, which I find fun, it's more of a survival game than a continuous race of arms and combat. And the main thing is if you really want to play Rust, I feel like you need to play in the level where there's 250 people on a small server, and they want to ruin your day, and you want to ruin their day. But that's high level Rust, and I'm not up for that. The basics of Rust is a survival game where you need to cook and hunt for food, and where you might be wearing fur capes and stuff, and there's fishing and spear fishing and scuba and stuff to explore. There's in-game puzzles that aren't annoying, but they are rewarding.
Yeah.
It's more like collect all these like keys and then go to the mountain and kill the AI. The AI is fun to fight, but the PvP
I do always
over the top.
I always opt out of survival mode in Skyrim. Which
I like it.
There's a way you can do Skyrim where it's like your character needs sleep and gets hungry and gets thirsty and I think catches diseases more easily. Maybe a couple additional
Fallout too.
difficult things. Yeah, Fallout has that too. I just don't like that. Like when I'm grinding and like I'm playing Fallout 4 and like I'm really focused on getting my like leveling up so I can get my next rifleman star or whatever. Like I don't want to be worried about, all right, how do I balance out the amount of radiation I get from this spam with how much I'm dying of hunger right now.
As annoying as that is, you in Tarkov, you'll be deep into a mission, 35 minutes, and you get shot in the stomach badly, where it blacks out your stomach, and blacking out means like it doesn't work anymore.
On the little diagram, it shows danger.
You'll do surgery and get your stomach back, but during that brief period where you had no stomach, your hydration and your energy levels, your food levels rapidly shrink to zero. So now you're dehydrated and hungry, and those effects are incredibly punishing. Your character is slowly dying of dehydration, and he can't sprint anymore. And you're just walking around carrying $1 million worth of goodies and the skulls of your enemies, looking for a bottle of water or some applesauce.
Coughing and like you're attracting attention with audio.
When the stomach,
you're hacking and coughing, and everyone can hear you in the woods.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, there's an injured idiot. I bet he might have something nice. Let's take him out.
and Rust does
sneeze.
that too. Like when you're trying to get a group ready to go do a raid, when you've got 4, 5, 6 teammates, you're like, all right, let's all get dressed. Everybody get a gun. Everybody get ammunition. Everybody get bandages. Everybody get stims. Everybody get full. Eat and drink. Everybody eat and drink. Because if you don't eat and drink, we'll get there. So we'll sneak over the ridge and we'll peer down at the valley at the enemy. And we're like, all right, little Joe, you go in first. Big Bob's going to go around the side from the water. And somebody goes, I'm hungry. Does anybody have snacks? No one brought snacks.
I brought 1,024 bullets, but no Snickers.
I have C4. I didn't bring food. But it's like that. When you get there to do the thing, to raid somebody, it's like showing up to a construction site and realizing you forgot your hammer. It's like, oh my God, what are we going to do? Like you'll get their doors blown off. You'll get in their base, but you didn't bring any doors. So now, all right, make doors quickly. Because we just blew up everybody in the server comes to the explosions. When you make explosions, they hear them a mile away. And when people hear explosions, they're like, dinner bell. Come on, boys, let's go. And they drop whatever they're doing. They drop whatever they're doing. And they'll come like half dressed, like they ran out of the shower in game. They're just because they know someone is using explosives. And it's the most expensive thing in the game is explosives. The hardest thing to acquire.
Do they have a name for people who show up more or less naked to steal your crumb?
Well, there's a term called like grubbing and grubs, and that's more somebody who's like usually a solo who's wearing gear that you wouldn't ever even want. Like everything on them is worthless, but it's effective at close range. They brought this like glass cannon kit. They've got a double-barreled shotgun, and they're dressed like Pocahontas, and they're outside your base, crouching in the shadows, waiting for you to come out your door with your good shit on, and they go boom, boom, grab all your shit, and they're disappear into the night. That's called grubbing someone.
Do you know who did it to you?
Like 1,000 people. I don't know. It's a regular like thing in the game.
I meant to say like, let's say you want to.
Oh, you got their name. Yeah, you got their name, and then there's a website you can go to, and you can track their name to see if they change it to something else, and you can watch until they go to sleep and log off, and you'll have that on your other monitor. Like we're waiting. They got to sleep sometimes. They got jobs.
Fools.
I got 4 14-year-olds. They all got speech impediments and they smell blood in the water. Like we're staying up all night.
You've made the classic mistake. You've toyed with the unemployed.
Yeah, I know I'm going to lose any sort of confrontation or gunfight, but I can set an alarm for 4 a.m. and come and like break into your house while you're in. People will. The move is to have speakers on your and instead of logging out of the game, you go to sleep in game. So your character lays on the ground and you get sort of like the viewpoint of like out of someone's closed eyes almost, but you can still hear everything that's going on around you. So you eat plenty of food, you drink plenty of water because you'll dehydrate and your energy will go down while you're sleeping even. But you turn your speakers up in real life. And I'm in bed with the speakers turned off. So if I hear someone start raiding into my base, it wakes me up and I can go over and like jump on. But that's some real no life shit. Most people don't do that.
Woodycraft, it had a game mode called Factions, just like Rust, but Minecrafty.
Yep.
And people would, you know what explosions sound like?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
They'd replace that WAV file, that audio file, with an alarm that goes, eh. So it would wake up players if they're getting raided with the alarm sound, and then they'd go take care of it.
So a couple years ago, Rust is always progressing, and I don't keep my finger on the pulse well enough to know all the things, but a few years ago, they added electricity, maybe a little more than a few years now, but they also added this app integration. So you can have a Rust app on your phone, and it'll text you when you're getting raided if you have built an in-game security system for your base.
Oh, nice.
But building it is a complex thing. Like, you know,
Right,
it's
right.
like
It's
like Minecraft, like
Redstone stuff.
yes.
Yeah.
There's a lot. When you look at there are these YouTube channels that tour bases, like clan bases. It's kind of like the factions thing. How this has been their base for 6 months, and they've been expanding, and it's just level after level of walls and security systems. And when you look at their electricity and their plumbing, it's more complicated than real world electricity and plumbing. It's this maze of wires and tubes and pipes. It's the stuff you can do in Rust is wild. I mean, for a while the meta was pot farming. It was growing hemp in these automated pot farms that were indoors with timers on the watering system. And then it became, I think, shit farms. You were raising
like
livestock.
fertilizer?
Yeah.
Oh,
You were farming shit to turn into gunpowder, I think maybe. There's been lots, every update that, you know, people are looking for any way to get one over on the game.
One of the smart things we did at Woodycraft, looking back, was at the end of the wipe, I, as admin, would hold a competition. The spawn, which previously was not able to be toyed with from a program, we take that off. You can destroy the spawn that you've been looking at. It's like a showpiece, and build your own base on top of it. And then I, as admin, would come and I'd judge everybody's bases. They'd construct bases out of emerald cubes, which are very rare and expensive in game. Just like ridiculous flaunting wealth. They decorate it with my head, how many times they killed me in the last 6 months. And I'm like, all right, those are rare. I got to give you credit for that. Not that rare. They'd all have them, but like, you know, there's only so many times you can kill me personally. And Colin would be up there too. And people from my faction, just they hanging us like
you had your own little Stark family up there.
Like dead meese, I don't know, on the wall. And yeah. And then if I judged that clan to be the winner, usually it was pretty obvious like who the winner was. We had a Hall of Fame, like who won every wipe that would live forever. Well,
yeah, late wipe Rust is a lot like late wipe Tarkov, and that people are often really generous with new players they run into. You're like, hey, we just raided this base. Do you want everything in it? We don't want to carry it home. You know, it's just not worth our time to carry these riches and these gems home. Do you want them? And little kid will just, who's never seen that stuff, has a meltdown. So it's cool to kind of make their little days.
So that is cool. Although sometimes in Tarkov, I thought people like exaggerated their generosity. Like, I just gave this guy 19 GPUs. Yeah, for a day. We're wiping tomorrow. Like it doesn't matter.
I've seen
what's he gonna do with it?
Like, when you see when they're like mid-wipe and streamers are dropping sick cases for people, that's generosity. I've seen streamers drop their sick case full of keys like mid-wipe, and it's like, oh my god, like the value of that is just almost incomprehensible.
Oh my god, you said mid-wipe. I was like, wow, these streamers like have in-game midwives that they're giving away. This is an interesting little prostitution
take care of the
ring.
younglings. Yeah,
that's true. Yeah, he's dropping off his wet nurses for the less accomplished players.
I'd be down for that. Like remember in Mad Max, they had all them fat bitches they were milking. They were milking them like cows for people milk.
Were they all fat?
Yeah, they were all fat.
Yeah, because they were actually getting the food. Everybody else was hungry as hell. They were giving all the food to, and then there was that one. They only had enough energy for one guy to be jacked as hell, and it was the big son of
Crixus or something.
Of Immortum Joe. But it evened out because Immortum Joe's other son, unless I'm totally misremembering that this wasn't his son at all. It was this like crippled sort of a Buddha figure where his crumpled legs were all together, but he was also fat, and he would pull down that horn and instruct people.
He was a little person.
I did not like that character.
He was all crippled up. Yeah.
He was more crippled than he was little. He was very little, but like if I were to look at that guy, his crippledness would jump out at me before his littleness. Like oh my goodness, he couldn't even like jump.
Can you find a picture of the tiny crippled midget from Mad Max for us, Zach? I feel like Taylor's way off here, way off base.
Maybe he's a real midget in real life.
He's yes, he's far more little than he is crippled, and he's crippled.
Let me see the crippled.
That's it.
Hold on, I'll figure this out. Crippled retard from Mad Max.
Yeah, I remember. That's when I learned that Woody had bad taste in movies. Woody and I watched that movie. We watched that movie in theaters, like opening weekend, and I came out and I was like, "See what I mean?"
Poor guy. Now I feel horrible for him.
He looks like the final boss of what's that bird game?
What
Angry
a difficult life. Do you think people call him Speed Racer sometimes in a mean way?
No, probably not. I mean, this is the little guy.
I don't know. What's his name?
If you want to bet, I got 20. It says that dude's dead. There's no way he made it another like 15 years after that photo was taken.
Quentin Kenahan. Kyle wins. He is dead. He didn't win because I would not have taken that bet, obviously.
Yeah, he was the little guy was on oxygen and during the movie premiere. I mean, he played a character.
Oh my goodness. I thought that was part of
You thought that was makeup?
They disguised it. They disguised it a little bit. They made it look like that was part of him being all
an oxygen to tank.
Guess what?
His wheelchair.
Now
you thought that was a scene from the movie? There's a poster behind them that says Mad Max.
Now that I'm thinking about it, I realize how stupid that is.
The movie's 2015. He died in 2018. That dude was on his last legs.
He didn't have any legs. You saw him. The dude was an egg.
Touche. Yeah, I stand corrected.
He was born with osteogenesis imperfecta.
I can't believe I said he was on his last legs.
Imperfecta.
Look at that guy.
You know what? Good for fucking him. He got to wear a cool pendant. He got to be kind of mean. I think he dies in the movie also.
He does.
So that was practice for the real thing a few years later.
Yeah, that was a good movie. I like that one a lot. It's just a full-on action movie. And it's not even about Mad Max. It's mostly Charlize Theron's character.
Oh, what the fuck is this part of his YouTube or his Wikipedia page? At the time of his death, Kenahan had nominated, I assume it means had been nominated, to stand as a counselor for the city of Adelaide elections on 9th of November 2018. His name appeared on the ballot paper, but votes for him were not counted and were allocated to the next preference candidate because he was dead.
That's fair.
So why would they shouldn't have even put him on the ballot. That's not fair. They should have put him on when he was alive.
Hillary Clinton rules. Hillary Clinton rules.
Bernie Sanders rules. They all flow to me. That's
fucked up. I'm glad I don't have little crippled guy imperfecta.
You're glad you don't have osteogenesis imperfecta, I think is what it said. Lazy ass name. Yeah, if that's what it does to you, that shit is worse than death.
Is there an osteogenesis perfecta where you're just stacked?
Yeah, that's probably what like Brian Shaw's bones look like, right? Just made of tensile steel. That would be good.
You guys ready to
I'm
rap?
glad I'm not
I think I'm ready for rap. Yeah, we had a good time.
That little mutant man.
Same. Check out the sponsors, boys. Buy Lock and Load. Get the merch.
PKA 755.
Was that your chair?
No, in the last 10 minutes of the show, the fan on my computer is spazzing out. I took it apart and put it back together, and now it's spazzing. So I need to do that again.
Sounded like a